Okay. Okay, that's enough of that. All right. Alrighty then. Well, I think that's enough of that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Welcome back to another Squidtard Sports live stream. Hope you guys are having a fantastic morning, fantastic start to your day. If you are a Texas A&M or a Miami fan, I'm sure your day is very, very hectic knowing the position that you're finding yourself in. In just a few minutes, that game is getting ready to kick off. It kicks off, of course, a little bit after noon, so about 30 minutes from now, we're going to see another fantastic playoff game between two pretty good teams, two pretty decent contenders, otherwise known as Notre Dame's two quality losses. Yes, both of Notre Dame's quality losses are playing each other. How about that? I came prepared for today. I want to show you guys something. Look at this. Look what I got. Look at that. Vanilla cake. I didn't have enough time to go get a milkshake, so this is the alternative for today's stream. I saw that there was only one piece remaining, and I didn't know how long that was going to be the case, so I had to indulge myself before the stream began. Very good. Very good. But good to see all you guys in here. Hope you guys are having a fantastic morning, fantastic start to your Saturday. A lot of us aren't used to the fact that, well, our teams aren't playing anymore on Saturdays. Some of you are. Some of you are playing today. If you're an Oregon fan, if you are a Ole Miss fan, both of you guys are playing, obviously. And then James Madison and Tulane fans get to go out there and see their team attempt to play. Yeah. Now, of course, we are actually playing, believe it or not. Tennessee actually is playing, but we're playing in a lady basketball, and Louisville is kind of putting belt to cheeks, unfortunately. They've got a 9-point lead right now. I'm kind of keeping my focus on that as it progresses, and then I'll switch over before the game begins, obviously. But yeah, no. Even in a different sport, Tennessee sports is always super depressing, and the talent feed never prevails. That's just the reality of the situation. The talent feed will dadgum never prevail. What happened to the Twitch chat? Why did the Twitch chat suddenly vanish? I swear it does this every stream. For whatever reason, the live chats always have an aneurysm. I'll keep tabs on that and see how it progresses. Good to see all you guys in here. Let's do roll call real fast, shall we? See who's in the live chat. Alan Brooks Jr., Noah Ratledge, Lord Steve, Justin Ziegler, Viper Technician, Magma 99, Furby Oates 1, Godhead, Z-Man, Tajveer 8. Good to see all you guys in here. I guess people aren't used to the fact that I'm streaming at it before in the afternoon rather than at night. Because usually on my live streams, whenever I do these football games, they're always at night. That's how they've always been for a while. We've gotten a bunch of night games as of recently. If nothing else, it's always the afternoon slate. Evening Squidtard, I heard Oklahoma choked it last night against Alabama. What did you think about it, and how can the Sooners come back from here? Well, I'll tell you this much. I mean, my Oklahoma Get Out video, a lot of it was just me trolling Oklahoma. They just get horrible draws every single time. But no, they beat themselves last night. They had Bama. Reality was they had him. Then they beat themselves. They got stupid. They got complacent. They made a bunch of mistakes. Let Bama back into the game. And when you do that and give them all the momentum, of course they're going to run away with it. And that's exactly what happened. Because Oklahoma outplayed Bama throughout most of that competition. They ended the night with more yards, both rushing and passing, than Alabama did. Actually, I think Bama at the very end got more passing yards, but no, Oklahoma had more yards total. I know that for a fact. So they had Bama in that capacity. But the mistakes they had, the blocked punts, the missed field goals, and obviously the pick six. You can't, in these playoff games, you can't shank yourself like that, and that's what Oklahoma did. And they're used to seeing that, obviously, since they've been here 5 times, and every single time they found a way to just shank themselves. But yeah, I mean, I hate it for him. I hate it for him. I hate it for Oklahoma fans. They can't catch a break. But I had a feeling. Bama was going to go into that game with revenge on their minds, and Ty Simpson was going to play a lot better because of it. It just took him a quarter to do so. Doing the kicking contest in A&M Stadium. That's funny. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at that stadium. It's full. It's 30 minutes before kickoff and the stadium is full. My goodness. 12th man is going to be loud today. Oklahoma had the game gift wrap until they returned the favor to Bama. Yeah, they made just so many mistakes last night. They didn't. I'll say this much. Oklahoma's offensive line, they need to invest in some linemen in the portal. If I'm Brent Venables, that's exactly what I'm going for right now. Because they let him down last night. They let John Mateer down. Horrible night for the offensive line. Dadgum, that's good stuff. Needed that. Yeah, what I thought was funny, though, was the fact that we got what we wanted. It was a close game. Or at least it was a fun game all the way up until the end. But Notre Dame fans still... Now instead of Notre Dame fans believe, oh, Notre Dame would beat the hell out of Alabama, why would they in? Now it's Notre Dame would beat both by 50 points. So they started on that copium. I'm looking forward to the dumbass today. I'm looking forward to the absolute clown Notre Dame fan today. That's gonna get on Twitter or wherever else and be like, "Oh, Notre Dame would beat both of these teams." Notre Dame would beat both these teams if they played. Oh my goodness. Hypothetical champions of the world. Go ahead and hang the banner. Oklahoma's whole offensive line is blue chip, including depth. Their skill position and offensive line coaches are buns. Yeah, well, if nothing else, if you can't invest in new players, which I don't think you should, knowing that, then yeah, you need to go ahead and drop the offensive line coach. Something was wrong there. Something was absolutely wrong. Because normally when things like that happen consistently, when your quarterback is getting thrown to the ground consistently by the defensive line because the O-line can't block, usually there's some sort of adjustment that's made, whether it's an extra blocker or a different formation. Something changes if they could have done it. They never did. The entire night they stuck with the same 5 guys the entire night. Didn't add an extra blocker in any capacity. And even when Bama didn't bring the pass rush, I mean, they were just completely getting wrecked on the edges. And they made no adjustments all night long. Mateer couldn't get a free pocket in any given circumstance. Even with an XXL condom, they weren't going to give any protection. So no, I'm not surprised Oklahoma choked. Knowing that, I'm not all at all surprised. What up, Scott? Notre Dame would lose to Ohio State again, no cap. Yeah, well, Notre Dame would lose to a lot of teams. Unfortunately, we don't know that because they're not, they weren't good enough to make the playoffs. Reality is, if Notre Dame was good enough to make the playoffs, Notre Dame would be in the playoffs. That's all there is to it. Let's crybaby copium about, this team would do better than this team. I guess hang the banner. Hang the banner. Hypothetically beat Bama in my head. There you go. Oh, SMH shaking my head. The Miami Get Out video about to be crazy. Well, that's if they get out. Oh, but if they do, 100% that's going to be great. One of these fan bases is going to be severely oppressed after today. And of course you are after every loss, but these are two programs that have been consistent doormats of every college football joke. Every year, these are two teams, two programs that are all two fan bases that are always telling everybody they're back and that this is the year, this is where we get it right, this is where it all comes together. And then halfway through the year, they've got 3 losses. Or in the case of Miami, they find a way to choke the ACC at the very last second. Something always goes wrong with these two teams. And whoever comes out the loser of this, I think, is in for a very, very rough time. I think there's more on the line for Mario Cristobal than there is for Mike Elko, though. Because I think for Miami and Miami fans, this is where they expected to be. The schedule was very favorable, even before Clemson and everybody else around the ACC completely fell apart. The schedule was favorable. They had a clear-cut yellow brick road pathway to the ACC title game, and they still couldn't make it. They let a 7-5 Duke go all the way there instead of them, so they came up short of that. Miami fans are very heated because of it, and I can't blame them. I can't blame them. And now they've got to go into College Station to face off against Texas A&M. If they go 10-3, don't win the ACC, don't even make the title game, lose in the playoffs in the first round, Miami fans are going to start to get a little heated. If A&M comes up short today and somehow loses to Miami, obviously I think A&M fans are going to be depressed, especially since they had a home field advantage in this one. But what I do know is that no matter what, this was always a legendary season for the Aggies. 11-1 right now. This is well above and beyond what was expected from Mike Elko this year. They went well above expectations. So no matter what happens, I think they're going to be fine. The ACC is booty, though. Oh, it's always been booty. It was terrible last year, terrible this year. Watch them compete in the bowl games, and you'll see for yourself these teams are absolutely terrible. They're not good. If Oregon is going to blow out James Madison, why is James Madison playing in the playoffs? The ACC. That's your answer. It's because the ACC sucks too hard. Because originally that last spot was supposed to be for Virginia. If they had actually beaten Duke like they were supposed to, that this would have been them instead of James Madison. But when they fell apart, it's the top 5 conference champions. So you've got the Big Ten, Indiana, SEC, Mouse, the Big 12, Texas Tech, and then you get what's supposed to be the ACC, but they suck too hard. So instead, you go down the list and pick from 2 Group of 5 champions. One Group of 5 champion is automatically in. That was, of course, being Tulane, but they moved up to 11 because the ACC. So we get Tulane, and then they pick between James Madison and Duke. And I think the answer is pretty obvious of who they chose. Mike Elko is going to fail next year because he got that contract extension. He got him right where they want him. Oh, yeah, now you're stuck with him. This whole process of Brian Kelly being at LSU. Now that you give me an extension, now you're stuck with me, at least for the time being. There's the Midnight Yell crew. The Texas A&M Aggies are gonna beat the Canes and all that great stuff. Virginia would beat Oregon. Yeah, great one. The G5 surprise will happen in the G5 uprise will happen in the future. May happen today. Who knows? If one of these teams find a way to even make it competitive, a lot of the narratives around the G5 are going to be vanishing overnight. If both of them just get belt to ass, then obviously a lot of the people are going to get vindicated. And then I already know the playoff committee is going to get ready to have discussions about whether or not the G5 needs to be included in the playoffs. And if that does happen and they have legitimate discussions about just leaving them out entirely, at that point, you just have to separate the leagues. You have to separate the power teams from the G5, the G5 teams. And that would suck because they would instantly lose a shit ton of their money because of that. All right, this is the last bite. That's damn good stuff right there. I think we got that from Kroger or something. Vanilla cake, so doggone good. Honestly, you know, I'm making a get out video for whoever loses. I'm gonna hold off a bit, probably for the Tulane or whatever, if they're forced to get out. Because if James Madison gets blown out too, I'm probably just gonna put the two together and then just say the G5 get out. That might be what I do, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when we get to that. How's the atmosphere at Kyle Field? Looks great. Stadium's full already. The 12th man is loud. I mean, it's as expected. This is a playoff game. Of course the stadium's going to be full. Now, if this were Miami hosting, it still wouldn't be full. If this were Miami hosting the playoff game, it still wouldn't be full. Then it's like USC. They're never gonna fill up that stadium. There just aren't enough fans that care. What's funny about those two fan bases, Miami and USC, is that their fan bases do care, but a majority of them that do are on YouTube and across the country. So they aren't going to go to the games. I wonder if everybody's still asleep. What's going on here? All the more reason why the Orange Bowl should have never been torn down in the first place. Yeah. If they had known that this is what would have happened to them, I think they would have kept it around. That's what I'm worried is getting ready to happen to the Rose Bowl. That worn down Coliseum that only gets half full because there aren't enough UCLA fans. As prestigious as it once was, it looks about as worn down as any other Coliseum does. It looked like it's 5 minutes before collapse. Who do I have winning the Natty? I have Ohio State winning it. I I said before the Big Ten championship, the loser of that game is probably going to be the one to win the whole thing. And of course, Ohio State lost, so I think they're going to win it again. Which is why I know I'm going to be wrong. That's how I know I'm going to be wrong. It's going to be somebody else. I hope an up-and-coming like contender or like somebody you wouldn't expect winds up winning it. Obviously, I'm not saying Tulane or James Madison because I think that's very unlikely. But like a Texas Tech or a Ole Miss or an A&M, Miami, Oregon, because everybody's either expecting it to be Indiana, Ohio State, or the Mouse. One of those three. Could be Alabama. If Alabama takes down Indiana in the Rose Bowl, then that's going to, oh boy, that's going to set up for a lot of interesting narratives. And it'd honestly be pretty funny. Because I know it's going to cause a lot of these Big Ten nut riders to suddenly cry, scream, and moan and wah, I thought we were better than the SEC, wah. What's funny, though, is that a lot of the whopping majority of the Big Ten Glazers aren't even Big Ten Glazers. They're just Ohio State fans who have this significant SEC like inferiority complex. Not all of them, obviously. You know, the smart ones don't care. The smart Ohio State fans don't give a shit. They just want their own team to win. But there are a lot of the SEC haters that I've seen online. What's funny is that they're Ohio State fans more often than not. Oh yeah, I ate good for breakfast, Viber Technician. I had leftover Marco's pizza, and then I just finished up that vanilla cake. Quality stuff, let me tell you. Good stuff. All right. Go Vandy, Tennessee, A&M, and last but not least, Ole Miss. Those are the teams you're rooting for. Glad to know you support me. Thank you. All right, let's see. This game's getting ready to come on, so I'm going to go ahead and put it up on the screen. Or on this screen right here. I've got it up on this one as well. ESPN. Yeah, I want the original. There we go. Okay. What I want to do is, and it's the same thing that I did for yesterday's stream. What I want to do is I want to put the main coverage here and watch the game this way, but I want to put some of the analytics here on this screen. Don't worry, I'll move the camera up in just a second. Okay, I think it's on ESPNU, so we'll watch it that way. Okay. Game's getting ready to begin here, so who'd you guys have winning? I meant to put up a poll here. We got 5 minutes till kickoff, so let me go ahead and put up a poll real fast. All right. There you go. Make your votes. Make your votes. I'm so tired. Pre-gaming at 3 a.m. around the smoker was not the way. Yeah. I've been busy. I went straight to bed after I finished the Get Out video. And Red, funny enough, sent me a text right before I went to sleep talking about how how the mouse, not talking about Georgia, but the other mouse, has given his channel the middle finger. They took down his video multiple times. I was trying to upload it. The content ID system is messed up because they're doing it so they're doing it in a way that, like, if it detects a certain part in the game, then it just takes down the video. And it's to prevent people just from uploading the entire game and monetizing their channel that way, which I understand, but the way they go about it is just completely wrong. But that's the rules nowadays. Kalen DeBoer had more success at Bama than Heupel in two years than Heupel had in 5 years. Prove me wrong, Squid. What? If you're going to talk shit, then at least do it in a way I can understand. Give me the U. A&M is too insufferable sometimes. Both of these fan bases are insufferable. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I will say this. I'm a little biased on this one, and the only reason is because as you guys know, I made a couple of videos about a certain team and their history during the offseason. One of them was Miami, and so I pissed off a lot of fans that way. But even before I made that video, there were a few Miami fans that were really annoying, especially during the Pop-Tart Bowl. Holy crap. They got mad at me because I called them the dadgum Pop-Tart runner-up, which they are. They're the defending Pop-Tart runner-ups. DeBoer wins a playoff game. Our coach can't do it. The debate I'd have there is that, well, there isn't much of a debate, but I definitely think Kalen DeBoer inherited what was a really good team. So I don't want to hear that excuse, but I do think he's a better coach. I think he's a better coach than Heupel. I'm not going to argue that. Why would I argue that he's not done more than what Heupel has? I still find the funniest thing that happened this season is Manny Diaz won a conference championship before Miami. Yeah, they're banned from ever winning the ACC. I'm fully convinced now. They're never going to win the ACC, especially with Mario Cristobal's as their head coach. It's just never going to happen. There's people standing at the walkways. Yeah, there's people waiting to get in. I'm telling you, if we had a playoff game at Neyland Stadium, holy crap, it would be absolute hell trying to get in. There'd be people standing in line to get in like after the first quarter because those gates are so small and they let people in at such a slow rate. And it's been slower ever since Danny Dimes inherited that stadium. And by the time we get a playoff game, they're probably going to have that entertainment district built. Okay, this is just the Skycast. I want the analytics. Give me my analytics. Here we got the Pat McAfee vision. Mike Elko's undefeated at home this season, by the way. But the argument I have there is that they've played the literal bottom half of the SEC. That's the thing. Both of these teams have ultra soft schedules. I'll say that. Compared to some of these other teams that are in the playoffs, they dodged most of their quality competition. Now, Miami naturally does that because of the conference that they're in, but A&M only played the bottom half of the SEC. And the moment they face somebody above mid, like Texas, they fell apart and got beat down. So I'm interested to see which one of these teams is less fraudulent than the other, because I think that's what it comes down to. I'm looking more towards the most terrifying scenarios, Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl with a missed kick at midnight against Georgia. Let's not think about that, shall we? As much as I dislike Ohio State, the last thing I want to see them do is lose to the dadgum Mouse. By the way, I added a new super chat goal in case you guys aren't seeing it. Of course, if we manage to get to 199.8 today, then I'll wear the mustard costume. But if we somehow manage to get to 500, I found the hot dog costume. And I've got it in the closet right now. If we manage to get to that goal, I'll put on the hot dog costume. Anyway, the game's about to begin here. We're going to get a true taste of what Miami can do against Texas A&M on the road. They're getting ready to kick off here. A&M is set to receive. This sails all the way out of the end zone for a touchback. Did you see Butch Jones win the Xbox Bowl? Yeah. Won 2 bowl games in a row. Big day for Butch Jones. The first ever Xbox Bowl champion. So now he's got 5-star hearts. He's the champion of life and the Xbox. Which one's better, you ask? I don't know. How was the wind there? I ain't got a clue. I don't know. All right, well, here we go. First play from scrimmage at the 25-yard line. 4 wide set for the Aggies. Here's Marcel Reed. Play action. It's a bubble screen on the outside. Got some good blocking. Good protection. Runs for about 9 yards. Decent play right there. Someone tells me they're probably going to be trying to play fast the entire day. There's no analytics screen. That blows. 2nd and 1. Pass play for Reed. Looking over the middle. Takes a man on the outside. It's off his hands. Incomplete. Had a man wide open on the outside. Could not connect with him. Well, dang. No Skycast. I'll just do the Skycast on here. Well, here we go. 3rd down and 1. I would imagine that they're going to run this ball. I don't see why you wouldn't. 40% on 3rd downs all season. Here they go for what should be an easy conversion on a 3rd and 1. The snap taken, handoff straight up the gut. Rolls towards the 1st down marker. I believe he got it. Yes, he did. What's up, M. Voss? Good to see you in here, buddy. Hey, reach out to me. We got it. I'm planning on doing a big collab for the final edition of College Football Chaos. All the bowl games that are included. I'm reaching out to college football content creators. I want you to be on there. But yes, Tulane is indeed in the college football playoffs. 3:30. They got to go back into Oxford for another torture session. Here's a run straight up the gut for Texas A&M. Good for about 4 yards. Decent little push right there. 2nd down coming up. Can you put up the bubble screen counter? No, not for this one. No reason to. Tennessee's not playing. All right, taking a play right here. Play action. Throw on the outside. Incomplete again. Marcel Reed threw a bullet right there and could not connect. 3rd down and 5 coming up. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 5. Takes the snap on a 4 wide set. Not quite yet. There's a fake. Still a 4 wide set. A&M might be bringing a blitz here. I don't know. 2 seconds left on the play clock. Gets it off at the final second. Marcel Reed trying to run for the 1st down. Got some space in front of him. Looks like he got it. Yes, he did. 1st down at the very end of that play. But there's a flag that came in at the very end there. That could pin them back. What was the flag? Or was there one at all? Got to give you credit, Squid. You made me care about college football for the first time in 20 years. Thanks for embracing the chaos. Thank you for watching. Here's a screen, another one on the outside. Bubble screen. It is complete, but he stopped at the line of scrimmage. Nothing given there. Going to be 2nd down. Oh, mouthpiece. Okay. Gives it to Moss on the outside. Good for about 4 yards on that carry, and it's going to be 3rd down and 6. Texas A&M versus Miami in the Notre Dame Bowl, otherwise known as the Quality Loss Bowl, because Notre Dame has 2 incredibly quality losses, which means they should have been in. Anyway, here's 3rd down and 6. Trying to continue this drive here at the 49-yard line. 4 wide set again for the Aggies. Takes the snap. Marcel Reed looking. Plenty of time to throw. Now the pressure gets to him. He runs off again. Breaks a couple of tackles. Got some blockers in front. Gets the 1st down. And stopped around the 38. Not the 38. The 44. But anyways, the drive shall continue. So there wasn't a flag. Okay, so it was his mouthpiece. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right, 1st and 10, just shy of field goal range at the 42. Play action. Reed throws on the outside. Got a man first. Not quite a 1st down, but he still hit him for about 7 yards. Got Bethel Roman right there. Good for maybe, I think, 7, maybe 6. Going to be 3rd. It's going to be 1st or 2nd down. 2nd down about 4. Marcel Reed is a pretty good running back. Yeah. No, really. He's mostly throwing screens. I think he might throw another one right here. Yep, looks like this might be. It's 4 wide set. Goes straight for the bubble screen. Called it. And God completely collapses on them. Idiots went straight for the bubble screen on a blitz. Miami brought like 4 people at the same guy. Throws him down after like a 4-yard loss. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 8. Or 7. Y'all are going to have to do a little bit more than just sending Marcel Reed to run the football. John Mateer tried that last night. We saw that panned out. A&M 3 for 3 on 3rd downs. Here's another one. Another 4 wide set for the Aggies. Play clock down to 3 seconds. Takes the snap. Sends Moss straight up the gut. And he gets maybe a yard, if that. And it'll be 4th down. Just shy of field goal range. I think they're going to probably kick the field goal regardless, but it's going to be a long one if they do it from here. They're just shy of the 40. Well, the college football went from Pat White to everyone having a dual threat quarterback and power spread scheme. Not everybody. Ty Simpson, he's not a power back. Anyway, A&M's going for it here, or at least they're planning on it. They might rethink it. Timeout's called. I think it's A&M calling it. No, it's Miami. Okay, so the Canes blow their first timeout on that 4th down. They might kick the field goal now because I think they were trying to get the jump on them on that one. What happened to the Doomers last night? Oh, they pissed all over themselves. The moment got too big for them, and the reality was the lights got too big, could not turn them off, and they just crapped all over themselves. Yeah, no. As I was saying though, Ty Simpson, he's not like a running back type of quarterback. No, he only takes off when he absolutely has to, it was surprising that they had him do so many quarterback runs. What is this Josh Heupel clock game management? I have no idea. What I do know is I think they need to stop running that dadgum bubble screen. You do it once a drive, and then you move on to something else, because if you do it 19 times in any given drive, they're going to see it coming. They're trying to do, because I've seen this from a bunch of teams, they're trying to run the RPO, which I get. I mean, I understand. Because if you execute the RPO to perfection, then it's hard to stop. But Marcel Reed cannot execute the RPO to perfection. That's the problem. I got to tell myself not to overeat before the stream starts. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I did that several times throughout the season. Woke up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Because I'd be up so late. And part of that was due to the fact that some of those Friday night games would end at like 2 in the morning or 3. Like, I remember 2 years ago, back in the 23 season, we were up until like 3:30 in the morning. I think, again, Colorado and Stanford. Remember how crazy that game was? That was one of the most insane games I've ever seen. Colorado had the game won. They were up by like 29 going into the half. And then Stanford clawed their way back in and won the game. Absolutely insane. But yeah, that one ended at like 3 in the morning. He really likes to throw the ball high when he doesn't need to. I've seen that already, yeah. Well, I think A&M's going to stay on the field here. Yes, they are. 4th down and 6. They are staying on the field. They're going to go for it. At the 38-yard line. 4 wide set for the Aggies. Men moving in motion here. Got Moss in the backfield with him. Takes the snap. And, whoa, everything goes to hell. I think somebody just jumped. Yep. False start, Aggies. Boy, they really did not need that right there. Woo! Elko not happy about that one. Whatever points they were going to get on that drive just got squandered. Now they've got a punt. They do have a chance to pin them in deep here, I'll say that. If nothing else, they've got the chance to pin them deep here on the first drive. And that's what they're going to try and do. This one sails all the way to around the 10. So there you go. Puts them in a pretty deep hole right here, but we'll see what the Canes can do. Carson Beck comes out on the field. How long? See, there's 9 minutes, 17 seconds left in this first quarter. How long do you guys think it's going to be before Carson Beck throws his traditional trademark interception? Do you guys think that Carson Beck will throw it before or after the first half? That's what I want to know. Choking, it's not even the second quarter? Well, they can't choke. They're not even up. Nobody's winning yet. Nobody's even scored. But by this time in the Oklahoma-Alabama game, they had already scored 10 points. Heupel's a good coach, but he has questionable clock management sometimes. Well, part of that's due to having an offensive coordinator that he can't trust. You guys know Heupel's running the offense. It's not Joey Hazel's only running a couple of plays in any given game. It's usually Heupel that's running all the offensive game plans, even in crunch time, which is stupid, which is absolutely stupid. If you're the same guy who's running the clock and taking timeouts and all of that, you do not need to be focusing on what play you're running on offense. But that's what Heupel's doing, and it's a system that has its moments where it fails miserably. It lost us the Alabama game. That's exactly what it did. Once we got down there in that goal line, we had a couple of key plays that we could have run down there at the goal line, but instead he runs out the clock by running up the middle. We lose a bunch of clock. He takes a timeout on the final play, and then they throw for whatever reason, and it's an Alabama pick six. It literally lost us the game. Either sooner would be a pivotal moment. Pick six right here, coming in a sack, fumble, touchdown. No, if they're gonna get like a defensive touchdown today, it's gonna be out of a Carson Beck pick six. Are you streaming Ole Miss? No. I'm streaming this one. I'll be off for a while, and then I'll be back tonight for James Madison, Oregon. It'll be a members-only stream, so if you're not a member, I would highly recommend doing so. But yeah, we will be live for at least the first half of that game. We'll see what things look like in the second half. If it's a blowout, I might not be live for the whole thing. But that's only if it's an absolute blowout. Oh yeah, Kyle Field is as loud as it can be. This reminds me of Happy Valley last year when they hosted SMU. I think if they blow it here and they start making mistakes, A&M might run away with this thing because of the crowd. But again, we'll see. They're having to start from the 8. So basically, Beck's going to be throwing from his own end zone. James Madison, Oregon is going to be a splattering. So we believe. So we believe. Well, here we go. 1st and 10 from the 8. Going to be a handoff. No, it's going to be a RPO screen. Good for about 3 yards. If Miami's going to win this game, they're going to have to give the ball to Tony. They're going to have to let him do some work. That's just the reality of the situation. I don't even know where he's at on the field. Right now they got Fletcher in there. We'll see what he can do. 2nd and 7 coming up. Takes the handoff, gives it to Fletcher. He's got a good lane right there, and I think he pushes his way for the 1st down. Yes, he does. That's a 1st down. Canes gets to around the 18-yard line. Yeah, no, they're gonna have to make sure Malachi Tony gets some work in this game. I think if he's not able to do anything in this one, it's gonna set up for some trouble. We'll see if they can drop here. Another 1st down. The stadium is as loud as it's ever been. 4 wide set. It's going to be a direct quarterback or direct running back run right there. Takes it on the direct snap. Does not go well. I think it gets about a yard, if that. 2nd down and about 10 coming up. I think they gave him 2 yards, actually. Yeah, it's going to be 2nd down and 8. Stadium pulse. Yeah. Stadium pulse is all it's literally past the meter. Second down and 8 coming up. 4 wide set once again, lined up in the bunch formation. A&M bringing all kinds of pressure. They get it off on a screen on the outside. Maybe 3 yards, if that. It's going to be around 3rd down and 5 coming up. Sanford gets in there, makes the good hit. And, well, obviously I think Carson Beck's going to have to throw here. Yeah, I think in this situation, yeah, you're probably gonna have to throw. I would not try to run the football here. I don't care how good how good your running backs are. That's not going to pan out for you all that well. See what they've got here. Pass play. Here's Beck. Throws straight over the middle. Incomplete. Tried to throw straight over the middle off the bat, and if that A&M defender had his hands out, that would have been intercepted. Beck's trying to throw this game early, as I expected. Cristobal not happy about it. Can't blame him. Really good coverage right there by Miami. Moreover, that was just a bad throw by Beck. All right, well, here we go. Here's the punt. Got Casey Concepcion returning this. Sails all the way to around the 30. Pretty good punt right there. All right, well, good 3-and-out stand by the A&M defense. We knew that they were going to hold it down. The question was whether or not they were going to be able to score. This seemed to me like it could have been another low-scoring defensive brawl like last night was. So I think it's going to matter more about who makes the marquee plays when needed. And Beck looked lost on that drive. And if that's how that continues to play out, then that could be really ugly. Because here's the thing. A&M has got a really good front seven. I don't think they're going to completely shut down Malachi Tony, but you're not just going to be able to send it to him straight up the middle every time and then have the magic work. That's not going to happen. Miami's O-line pushing around that A&M front seven. But what I do know is that if Carson Beck gets on, then it'll be really, really good. But that's if. And I don't think that's happening. Do not think that's happening. None of these punts are going in bounds today. No, probably not. No way I see that happening. Especially not with the wind. There's a wind, yeah. Apparently I did hear that it's like an extremely windy game that we've got here. God, the environment must be immaculate. Being an A&M fan in that crowd right now, I can only imagine what that's like. I didn't notice because he had blended in with the rest of the crowd, but there's a Florida State fan in attendance. There's a Florida State fan in attendance to root against Miami. That's dedication right there. Truth be told, though, I think you're doing the right thing. Because if your team ain't good enough to make a bowl game, the next best thing you can do is just root against the teams you hate the most. Be a professional hater. Mark my words, remember this. Beck is going to make a play that ends Miami's hopes of winning this game. He's done so in the last two games, so I can't necessarily blame you for that. Literally blew the last two games the exact same way off of a Carson Beck interception. So it would not surprise me if that's how that pans out. Did the same thing at Georgia too. He lost Georgia the Ole Miss game in the exact same way too. God, I guarantee you the loser of this game, though, is going to be blaming the wind. There's your problem right there. They're going to be blaming the wind. It's all the wind's fault that they lost. 1st and 10. Direct Marcel Reed handoff. Got about 5 yards out of that one. It's going to be about 2nd and 5. I wonder how the Canes defensive backfield is going to do today. Because if they're able to hold it down or force Marcel Reed to some sort of mistake, then maybe they can win despite Carson Beck. We'll see. Here's Reed on a play right here. It's play action throw on the outside. Got a man who breaks a tackle, 1st down and a little bit more. Ruben Owens gets a 2nd reception, and that's a pretty good one right there. Drive shall continue. 1st and 10 here at the 49. Back to pass again. Looking for a man down the field. Plenty of time to throw. Gets one over the middle. Complete. 1st down again. All the way to the 30. Good 20-yard reception right there. Making some moves right now. Look at them. That's Nate Borkircher. 21 yards off of that reception. The drive continuing now. They're deep in Miami territory. Don't tell me now the Canes defense is going to revert back to their old-fashioned ways. Don't tell me that's what's getting ready to happen, is that the Miami defense is about to fall apart again. 4 wide set here on 1st down. Takes the bubble screen on the outside. No good protection there. And he's pushed out of bounds after maybe a yard. Think you need to try and drop the Mario Craver bubble screen. Do not see it working out anymore. You don't really have many blockers. There's another mouthpiece on the floor. That's the 2nd time now we've seen that. They mistaked it for a flag the 1st time. Bruce Pearl making his broadcasting debut in the CBS Sports Classic. Dadgum, that's crazy. Bruce Pearl. How about that? Here we are from the 29-yard line on 2nd down. Fakes the snap. Marcel Reed throws late. Ball comes out at the end there. I think they're going to rule it an incomplete pass. They're going to look at to where to see where this ball was flying out. It looks like it goes. I mean, it goes forward either way. It's about where Marcel Reed was throwing it. If he was throwing it forward, oh, I don't know. They might rule that a fumble. Oh, that's a fumble. That's a fumble. That's Miami ball. His hand wasn't going forward when it came out. That's Miami ball. Oh, that's absolutely Miami ball. No question about it. They ruled it an incomplete pass. So there has to be indisputable evidence to overturn it. Here it is. Miami ball. That's a turnover, and that is absolutely huge if you're the Canes. Whoever scores here first is in a good moment, and boy, did they need that play right there. Canes coming back out on the field, going to be first down Miami at around the 32-yard line. 4 wide set for Carson Beck. Hands it off to Tony, straight up the middle. Got some protection. He's off to the race. Not quite off to the races. Nearly broke away. Had he broken that tackle, he could have gone all the way, but he's going to get about 10 yards there. It's going to be enough for the first down. Yeah, I don't know what A&M was doing there. They were trying to get cute with it, and it failed miserably. Ay, ay, ay. A&M's front seven's doing a great job holding it down, but the problem is they don't know who's going to get this football. They've got 2 running backs in the backfield right now, both of which are pretty good. Hands it off up the middle again. Breaks a tackle. Good run right there. Good enough for, I think, 5 yards. The JROTC kids of the SEC, they aren't even ROTC. They're fake ROTC kids because they pretend they're a military school and they're not. Had Elijah Lofter running the football there. Here we go. It's going to be a handoff. Oh, just some trickery right here. A throw by the running back, and it is incomplete. That was crazy. They had Malachi Tony throwing the football right there. Not a good enough throw, though, and it's going to be 3rd down and 7. That's funny right there. The only way to prevent Carson Beck from throwing an interception is to make sure somebody else like Malachi Tony is the one that does it. But it's underthrown and incomplete. 3rd down and 7 coming up. The Canes are 0 for 1 on 3rd down conversions. See what they've got here. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Whistles are blown. They'll blow the play dead. I think somebody will call the timeout. Yep, Miami burned their 2nd timeout on a 3rd and 7. See, obviously, Cristobal saw something he didn't like. Good to know their running back is about as good as their quarterback at throwing. Yeah, really. Every time I think of A&M, I think of that one, you're disrespecting a future U.S. Marine. I got to write that one down. That might be important. Miami somehow wins this ball game. That's going to be important. That's going to be good. Thank you for that. When the head coach trusts the running back to throw more than the quarterback. Yeah, really. Yeah, anything can happen here. This looks about as competitive as I expected it to be. Neither neither offense is. I mean, I think A&M's kind of suffering from the same problem that Oklahoma was last night. But rather than choking it totally, they're just sort of choking all over themselves. That's kind of the problem. That fumble could really come back to bite them. If Oklahoma and A&M both lose home playoff games, that'd be hilarious. Imagine if all of the teams lose home playoff games. Oh boy, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, the whole 12th man thing, yeah. Well, I do know the Get Out video for them would be legendary. You're disrespecting a future U.S. Army soldier. Oh, my goodness. Malachi Tony is a wide receiver. You might be onto something there. This might be a choke bowl for the ages. Potentially so. I wouldn't argue against it. Looking like a choke season at this point. All right, well, here we go. 3rd down and 7. I guess a 3rd down and 6 now. I don't know why they changed it, but yeah. Here we go. 4 wide set once again. And then bringing a blitz. Takes it on a bubble screen, and that's going nowhere. Tried another bubble screen to Malachi Tony. A&M was all over it, and they hold on strong. 4th down coming up. Miami will have to punt. Hell of a stand there by the defense. I mean, we all knew that's how it was going to go. I don't know why do you keep doing screens? That's what I want to know. you have to throw the football at some point in time, you know what I mean? And like traditionally, not giving it to Malachi Tony to throw the football. You know what I mean? All right, here's the punt. Rolls all the way back to around the 17. Oh, he muffed it! He muffed it. I think he grabbed it though. Oh my goodness. Casey Concepcion escapes near disaster. Muffed his own punt. Thankfully, he recovered it. A&M will get the ball back, though, around what looks to be the 15. It's taken around the 13, it looks like. So, either way, the Aggies are starting deep in their own territory, but they do have the ball at the minimum. Because if Miami got that ball down there, oh boy, that would have been bad. That would have been bad news. Second marquee mistake for A&M, but luckily it doesn't come back to bite them. 4 wide is set again for the Aggies. Handoff straight up the middle. Good protection right there. Good enough for about 5 yards. 2nd down and 5 coming up. 7th floor crew shitting on themselves on offense. Well, A&M ain't doing much better. They're trying to blow it. It's literally gonna come down to who makes more mistakes. And A&M is trying their hardest to blow it that way. All right, here we go. 2nd down and 6. 4 wide set once again for the Aggies, lined up in the shotgun. Man moving in motion. Here's Reed all alone in the pocket. Runs away from the pressure. Gets down to around the 20. Still going past the 25. Out at the 27. It's going to be enough for the 1st down. Marcel Reed is a really good running back, you guys. Really good running back. One of the best in the country. Here's a direct handoff, straight up the middle. Nothing given there. Loss of about 2 yards on that play. It's going to be second down about 12. She was getting on the 7th floor. 3 out of 4 for 5 yards is great for Carson Beck. Yeah, the only deep shots that they had was from Malachi Tony. All right, we'll second down and 12, straight from the 25-yard line. 4 wide set once again. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Marcel Reed throws on the outside, incomplete. Canes all around him, could not hold on. It's going to be 3rd and 12. They have no choice. They looked like they were going to try and let this clock run down to 0, but they can't now. They've got to go do something here. Deep in their own territory on 3rd and 12. Bunch formation here. Takes the snap. Reed looking. Tries to run away from the pocket. They bring the pressure on him. Gets the pass off. Gets around the line of scrimmage. Nowhere near the first down marker, obviously. It'll be 4th down A&M. And that's how they're going to let the clock run out. And that'll take us to the end of the first quarter. Donuts on both sides as we progress into the second quarter of this ballgame. Ay. Both quarterbacks are completely rattled. I'm sure you guys are seeing it too. Still no QB contained from Miami today. They're going to catch on eventually, I think. They're going to have to. They can't let Marcel Reed run around like that the entire game. What they also can't do is let Mario Craver get loose, but they haven't done that yet. Every time I've seen Mario Craver, he's always lined up on the sideline waiting for a screen. What's up, King? Congrats on graduating. Thank you for congratulating me on graduating. But thank you very much, Carlos, good sir. Thank you. South Bend's meltdown continues. You know what? I've got a great tweet idea. Both these teams look terrible. Notre Dame beats them both by at least 30. Both Miami and A&M look terrible. Notre Dame would probably beat them. Oh my goodness. Promise, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Vetch. Very good, sir. Let's have a game, Squid. Checking in live from Kyle. Well, good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for attending the stream. I don't know why the super chat's not showing up on the screen. There we go. Checking in live from Kyle. Thank you very much, good sir. So you're actually at the game? How's the environment there? Is it as windy as they're saying? That's what I want to know. I hope Oregon wins. You guys should be fine. All you have to do is avoid beating yourself. Same for Ole Miss against these G5 teams. You're the more talented team. The talent feed benefits you by a significant margin. All you've got to do is avoid beating yourself, and you should be fine. I'd say I would say the Dukes have a better shot than the Green Wave, but that's only because I haven't seen that game before. I have seen the Ole Miss Tulane game, and it was a blowout. I'm the only guy watching the Squidtard stream at the stadium. Sick. Good to hear from you. How's the wind there? Oh, I got it. Oh, great. Well, Notre Dame fans are mad. I already got a comment talking about how bad Tennessee played. Whenever somebody pivots to Tennessee, that's how you know you made somebody mad. Good stuff. Here's a 4th down 11 on the punt. And this one goes all the way back to around the 30. That's where it's taken. Malachi Tony returning this one. He'll get an extra 5 yards out of it, and then they'll start from the 35. Fake good team in the ACC versus fake good team in the SEC. What a time to be alive. Well, it's ACC team versus fake team in the SEC because, every single supposed good team in the ACC is not a good team. That's obviously a joke. I think Miami is a good team, but how good is the question? Because if Miami and A&M aren't good, then what classifies as being good? Are there only 3 good teams in the entirety of college football? The wind is ridiculous. Thought so. Here's a run on first down. Straight up the gut. Good push right there. Maybe good enough for 4 yards. If that, it would be 2nd down and 6. Now they're basically trying to let Malachi Toney run the entire show. They already let him throw the football once. Announcers are hyping up the win like we're going to see a tornado on the field. Somebody make that into a thumbnail. Show like a hurricane in the middle of the field or something. 2nd down and 6 coming up here. 4 wide set, 3 men to the left. A&M might be bringing the sun at him. No, they're going to only bring 4. A throw by Beck, taking a deep bomb, got a man, it is incomplete, overthrown by a mile. Joshua Trader had an open spot. Carson Beck threw to him and threw all the way to Uzbekistan, so it's going to be 3rd down and 6. And at least he didn't underthrow it for a pick, you know what I mean? Miami and A&M are both good, but neither are elite. That's a good answer right there. Right, well, here we go. Another 3rd down here. Both these teams so far have been terrible with 3rd downs, except for that one drive A&M had. Still didn't pan out for them. Wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour for Kyle Field. Here we go. 3rd down and 6. Beck. Brick getting all kinds of pressure. Ball comes out at the end. Oh, they got a strip sack on. I think Miami recovers the football. They do. But it's going to be 4th down. A&M forces the strip sack. They brought the sun at him, and Carson Beck fumbled the football. 4th down and 12 coming up from Miami. Ay. That was just terrible blocking overall. That did not do him any favors. God, both of these this is going to be entertainment. Both of these quarterbacks look lost so far. That punt nearly blocked. This one's going all the way to around the 30. Bam! Takes a huge hit as he recovers it. Lucky to hold on to it. A&M's going to take the football now around the 30. Tennessee has more national championships than Notre Dame in the last 20 years. No, they don't. Our last national championship was over 25 years ago. We both have the same amount of national championships. Completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but still funny. If we go back to the last 30 years, then yes, your statement's absolutely right. No, but I love it when Notre Dame fans or any other fan base comes into my live chat and they're like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter that Notre Dame's not in. Tennessee still sucks. People are actually biting onto the bait. This is unbelievable. Here's a play action by Reed. Taking a deep shot. Got a man down there all alone. It is caught. Mario Craver. Oh, I think he dropped it. They dropped it at the end. I think they're going to call it complete, though. Yes, they do. 1st down, gets all the way inside the 15-yard line. What a play by Mario Craver. Able to hold on to it. Ball comes out of his hands for a brief second. But it doesn't come out. It doesn't come out until he's out of bounds. So they're going to rule it a catch. 1st down, A&M at the 11. Outside run right here. No good protection. He gets about a yard. It's going to be 2nd and 9. They're hating on Tennessee because I'm a Tennessee fan. That's the only reason why. Which is, I get it. But like at the same time, I don't care. Tennessee could be 0-12 right now, and you're still not good enough to make the playoffs. What's ridiculous, though, is that there's people in that tweet, the replies actually biting on the bait. They don't get it. They're like, yeah, well, Notre Dame didn't make the playoff. Like, duh! That's the point! That's the joke! is that they lost to both of these teams. Good Lord, people are insanely stupid. 2nd down and 9 here for the Aggies. Marcel Reed looking, running away with it. He's going to run in the pocket, guarantee it. No, he's going to throw late, still incomplete. Good idea to throw it. Had a man open there, just missed him by a mile. It's going to be 3rd down and 9. When he's throwing that bullet, does the wind really matter all that much? I don't know. Yeah, I saw Rocco Purdy hit the portal. Makes sense. With Matt Campbell gone, I'm sure there's not many remnants of the old Iowa State that are going to be around for next year. We got a block party in Atlanta. Isn't it a block party all year long, though? 3rd down and 9 for Texas A&M here. 4 wide set in the shotgun. Marcel Reed back to throw. Takes the pass over the middle, dumps it off. And it's short by a significant margin. About 4 yards short. Got it to Bussy. I just feel weird saying that. It's going to be 4th down. At the 5, they got about 3 yards left to get the 1st down. Are they going to settle for the field goal? Looks like it. Looks like they're going to settle. Yes, they are. So A&M trying to get some sort of points there up on the board. This is their chance to do so. Fourth down and 4. Here's the kick. It is up. It's blocked. It's blocked by the Canes. Returning this out from the goal line. He's going to be pushed out around the 10-yard line, but the kick is blocked. We're never going to get any points. Oh, good Lord Almighty. They just keep shaking themselves. They can't catch a break. The muffed punt, the fumble, and now a missed field goal. They cannot catch a break, man. What a block field goal right there by the Canes. Ay. We're never gonna get any points. Ever. 0-0 all with about 11:32 left to go in the first half. And what fitting time, because the first commercial after break is, I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Good Lord, bro. Come on. Ay. Merry Christmas. This game right here is the dadgum gift that keeps on giving. Ay, dude. Ay. This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it. South Carolina all over again. How are there actually people biting on this bait? They've been watching everything I've been saying since last night. They should know better. Shame. For shame. Come on, guys. I'm just going to leave it. I was going to say something about guys, it's bait, but I think it's just funnier to leave it. Yeah, Notre Dame, if Notre Dame ever got the chance to play either of these teams, they would have won. Holy hell, man. People are ridiculous. That's not on the kicker, though. That's the funny part. That's not even on the kicker. That was just a great play by the Miami special teams. It's not even a Guangdong Gilbert moment. He didn't just flat out miss it. That was just a blocked field goal. One thing I definitely know is that neither of these coaching staffs actually trust their quarterback. All right, right, well, here we go. Canes get ready to come back out on the field, starting from what looks to be the 15-yard line. I would rather have Vandy instead of Oklahoma. It would have resulted in the same thing. I think Vandy would have lost. Here's 1st and 10 from the 13. Gives it out to Fletcher. Fletcher takes off. Got a good lane here. First down. About 15 yards on that carry. And it maybe a little bit more. Gets all the way to around the 30. Yeah, Notre Dame's field goal doesn't get blocked. We just lose outright. That's what we do. We're Notre Dame. Hurt-de-dirt-de-dur. Handoff. It's a screenplay on the outside to Tony. Thrown down after maybe a yard, if that. Nothing more than. They need to send Tony on something more than a screen. Y'all claim he's like super useful, and he is when he runs the football, but they've got him on screens and crap. They're giving Fletcher the ball more than they're giving him the football. They might as well let Fletcher throw a pass too. Throw everything out there. Why not? Second down and 11. 4 wide set, man. Moving in motion. Direct handoff to Fletcher. Tries to break a tackle to get some extra yardage. Maybe he'll get 3, nothing more. Then it's going to be about 3rd down and 8. Well, the whole joke around Notre Dame would beat both of these teams that they played is that they didn't. They lost to both of them. That's the reason they're not in here. It's the reason why Miami is in this spot and not Notre Dame. Again, I can only say so much about it because it's getting tiring already. Because we've been through this same song and dance for Florida State and then Alabama, so I don't want to do it again. Well, here we are, 3rd down and 8. I think the play clock's going to run out on them, and it does. They're going to have to take their final timeout, it looks like. Unless if they just take the flag. It looks like they are. Wow. Delay of game on the Canes. It's going to be 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd down and 13 now. Can't catch a break. Oh yeah, Jeremiah Love would have had 9 billion yards right now. Except let's not talk about how he didn't do jack diddly doodah squat against this Miami defense at all. 3rd and long coming up for the Canes here. 3 receivers out. Got both running backs in the backfield. Here's Beck on the pass. Direct blockers. Takes the screen on the outside. Nothing given there. Maybe a couple of yards, if that. Pushed out after getting to the 30. It's going to be 4th down. Once again, nothing given. Going to be the special teams back out on the field here with 9 minutes left to go in the first half. Florida State, I'll give Florida State a lot of credit because their scenario was different. Because I always thought Florida State should have been in. I never thought Bama should have. That is a difference there. I'll give them credit for that. But it was just, I'm so tired of hearing all the where. This would have been different if we were in where. That punt's nearly blocked. Sails all the way to around the 27-yard line where it's taken. They got Bussy taking it now. They're too scared to let KC Conception get the ball. So A&M will get this ball back around the 27. You have to think at some point somebody's going to score or do something on the field eventually. You should put a picture of Tyler Buckner. Ooh, maybe. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that for the member stream tonight. I'll have Tyler Buckner up there. But if I had to guess, it might be something different. It might be the U upside down. Because I love to put that up there with the upside down U. If they lose today, then I'll probably do that instead. Indy this, Indy that, Indy's nuts into a conference already, whining Irish. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. See, I do see Notre Dame fans that are saying Notre Dame would beat both of these teams, but smartly enough that they have, at least the ones I'm seeing, they know better. They're just doing it for the love of the game. Anything for engagement nowadays, huh? Right, Squidtard. Oh my goodness. As much shit as whoever the loser of this game is going to get, one thing you got to give them credit for is that at least, this is their first time being here. So while the lights is going to be too bright for one of them this game, at least this isn't their fifth time being in the college football playoffs, and then they lose again. You know what I mean? Can't say that for Oklahoma. Notre Dame clowns of the season. I'm getting ready to, probably this weekend, guys, I'm getting ready to drop that poll. We're going to have 4 teams. Or not 4 teams, but rather 4 categories for what you believe is going to be this year's clown of the season. It's unfortunately Notre Dame is not included, but we do have 4, and I'll tell you guys them later. I'll tell you guys around the half who I've got as my candidates for clown of the season, and then I'll drop the poll sometime probably over this weekend, probably on Sunday. Sunday tomorrow. I'm gonna be in Dollywood all day, so I'll probably drop that poll before I leave. But yeah, that's the plan. All right. Well, here we go. Let's see what the Aggies bring on the table here on first down from the 28. Run straight up the gut, nothing given there. Moss tried to run, get some extra yardage, could not get more than a yard. Second down and 9. I'll give you guys a hint. It's 3 teams and a coach. It's 3 teams and a coach. So there's 4 different nominees, but it's coming down to 3 teams and a coach. Second down and 10, man moving in motion. 3 wide set. Handoff straight up the gut once again. Able to break this tackle. Moss gets a couple of extra yards on that one. Gets all the way maybe 2 yards short. Be third down and about 2. Reality is what we're witnessing here right now is just a really, really good, bad football game. Or bad good. Is it bad good or is it good bad? Here we go. A&M 3 for 6 on third downs. All of their third downs came in the first quarter. Man moving in motion. And flag is thrown. I think that's a false start. There goes what it should have been an easy third down conversion. Now it's a third down and 7. Basically, you're cooked. You're cooked. They aren't about to let Marcel Reed throw anything above a screen or a dump off, so you're cooked. Ay. Can't catch a break, huh? Second penalty for the Aggies. 10 yards total taken from those penalties. They just can't catch a break. Self-inflicted wounds all across the place for Texas A&M because they played like the better team today. They just can't get it together. 4 wide set here. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Pass play. Running back in motion. Throws the screen right to him as expected. A&M expected it, but he breaks a tackle. Nearly gets loose, but he's going to be down a yard short. And that'll send the punt team out on the field. Got it to Smith but he could not make it the entire way. Canes knew it was coming. They knew it was coming. There was going to be some sort of dump off or a dadgum screen every time. They're going to blow him 3 yards short. Wow, that's an unforgiving line. Either way, though, I mean, they'll be forced to punt regardless. God, just think, whichever sad sap manages to get past this game, they got to play Ohio State. Have fun with that. This one's taken around the 20. Malachi Toney on the return, still running. Moves past the 30, still running, getting all the way to the 40, past the 50, still loose, down to the 40, slips down at around the 25-yard line. Wow, very well could have taken that all the way home. There was nothing but green grass in front of him, but he trips on his own foot, gets down around the 25. Either way, Miami is set up in perfect territory to actually get some points up on the board now. There's that Malachi Toney magic. Who would have ever thought it was on the special teams rather than anywhere else, huh? My goodness. Had a free lane. There was nothing but green grass in front of him from the looks of it. Yeah, nothing ever touched him. Literally tripped on his own foot. Either way, from the 25-yard line, we'll get to see what the Canes can bring to the table. On first down, hands it off to Fletcher. Maybe a yard on that play. He's instantly wrapped up. It's going to be second down. UCLA's bad, but they were going to be bad before Nico's arrival and then after Nico's arrival. He would have originally been a nominee for Clown of the Season had that big uprising not happened after the first 4 losses they took. Second down and 9 coming up, about 5 minutes left to go in this first half. Lined up in a weird, odd formation where you've got half the line to the left. Tried to run on the outside and is tackled well before getting to any sort of... He got tackled at the line of scrimmage. The hell was that? At the high school. Did the stream crash? I don't think so. What the hell? What happened to the internet? Oh my god, we're doing this again. Oh no. What's wrong with OBS? What the hell is happening? Okay, are we live? I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I went to go check my internet, to see what was going on. Is it dying again? What in the world is happening? I have no idea. OBS is breaking apart. What is going on here? What in the world is going on? What the hell is happening? Are we live again? I have no idea what's happening, y'all. My OBS is in full on crash mode right now. It's not my internet for whatever reason. My internet is fine. My um are we live? Are we good again? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Hold on, let me switch back. Gonna be honest, no idea what just happened. I instantly when everything went down, I went to run over to check my internet, and when I went, instantly, the internet is fine. The internet is completely fine. I don't know what happened. I legitimately don't. I am completely discombobulated, confused as to what happened. But I saw that my stream was just the frame drop and went to like 0, and I don't know why. I think OBS just full on collapsed. So I rebooted everything. I did a software update, and I think now it's, knock on wood, running better. To catch up on everything that just happened, I saw A&M just went for a fake punt. They whiffed on it. Now the Canes have got the ball with about a minute 20 left to go in the half. Again, I'm sorry about that, you guys. If it was my internet, I would have known. I don't know what that was, legitimately. Anyway, Miami does a run on the outside, fails miserably. Now it's going to be third down and about 10. Somebody, I don't know what happened. I think somebody took control and like just dipped the stream down. That's the only thing I can think of. Obviously, that wasn't what happened. OBS had a malfunction there, and I don't know why, but dadgum doo-doo ass OBS just went like the dadgum offense and just fell apart and shit all over itself. Think we should be okay, though. I'm glad the stream is still up. Here's a third down and 8. 3 receivers out, and whistles are blown. About 32 seconds left in this game. Texas A&M is going to take their first timeout. In this first half, at least. That was so weird. I don't know what happened. God, that pissed me off too. It was just getting good. The game was just getting entertaining, and then I look and my dadgum stream is just shitting all over itself. God, that really pissed me off. Good grief. I meant to end the poll. It doesn't matter because the game is still it's still anyone's game. Nobody's in the lead for this thing, so that is important to note, but you guys picked the fake Gatettes to win. And they've got a decent shot, I'll say that much. Okay, here we go. Miami 0 for 5 on third down conversions, 3rd and 8. Back to throw. They're going to sling it over the middle, and I think he got it. No, I think he did. Yeah, first down. Got it to Daniels over the middle, complete for a first down. First one of the day for the Canes. The drive shall continue. The ball is at the 30-yard line. They've got a legit shot here now of scoring, but we'll see. 15 seconds left. The clock goes down. Back to pass over on the outside, complete for a first, not quite a first down, but he's out of bounds with about 10 seconds left to go at around the 22. Here's that Mario Cristobal clock management coming through in the clutch. Who would have ever thought, huh? Of now of all times is when the Cristobal clock management comes through. Haven't seen it half this painful since the lone score shit show. Hey, but at least that one, they did something at some point in time. What are the refs reviewing? They're saying that's incomplete? Looked like he got it. Oh, the ball does fly around a bit. But his foot is inbounds and he maintains possession. That should stay an incomplete pass. Not enough evidence to overturn it. Super Mario clock management. Yeah, his left foot is dragging over the turf as he puts his hands on it. That's a catch. Complete pass. And it'll give him about 8 additional yards. Did they rule it incomplete? No, that's it. He had his hands on it. It would be funny if they ruled this incomplete, making it a possible chance that we get a 0-0 half. Dear Lord, man, nobody can score. Who would have ever thought this game would have turned out like this, and then the other one is that we actually get some scoring? Crazy. So they overturned it. Wow. Okay. Guess it was incomplete. Alrighty then. So it'd be second down. Second down and... oh, no. Okay, so they ruled it a complete pass? Okay, I thought that was the initial ruling. Okay, must have missed on that. Either way, it's 2nd and 2. 11 seconds left in this first half. Miami attempting to get some points up on the board here. From the 22-yard line. Takes the snap. Carson Beck throws a shot on a 1-on-1 to the end zone. Oh my goodness. Missed him by a mile. It's incomplete. Literally missed him. He was so far. He was so far off. That was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. I wonder if Mario Cristobal, I wonder if he's like not running his offense, and that's the reason why it's his clock management. I wonder if he's the one running his offense, which is why he's doing all these things at once, and that's why his clock management is terrible as it is. Maybe. I don't know. 3rd down and 2. 7 seconds left to go. Expect for this to just be a prayer shot. That's exactly what he goes for. Another one-on-one. And Beck basically throws it to the sideline. Misses him by a mile. 4th down and 2 with 3 seconds left. They're going to kick the field goal to attempt to go up by 3 to end out the half. Will we get points before the end of the half? That's the big question. This is a 40-yard attempt. Little bit to the left. So I have to aim this to the right. Here it is. The kick is up, and oh my goodness! Ain't no daggum way the wind is that strong. That football just went to a different country. So in other words, yes, he misses the field goal by a mile. We're heading into the half with Miami and Texas A&M tied up with 2 donuts apiece. My goodness, what a daggum game. This is the worst good game I've ever seen. My goodness. That's your half, ladies and gentlemen. 0-0 all. Is my dadgum internet malfunctioning again? Are you serious? What is, oh my goodness. It's collapsing. I've never seen it collapse this hard. It's weird. It's like fluctuating between like super high and super low. I wish there was a way to fix that. Hold on. Let me see if there's a way to fix that. All right. Yo, man, Connor, thanks for the 2. Says mid off. Yeah, I think that's a bit of an understatement. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It's telling me how high it is. It's all good now, but like I'll watch it, it'll dip like for whatever reason. It would just like completely go down to 0 kilobytes. Just the stream would just completely blow up. But it's fine right now. Let me move down the camera a bit. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, that's your half. Texas A&M and Miami tied up at 0 apiece. Neither offense can get anything going. They're at least moving in some capacity, or at least A&M's is. Miami can't do anything. Miami's offense is unable to move in much of any capacity. Most of what they've done on offense has been through the courtesy of A&M straight up giving them the football. The fumble, the missed field goal, or the blocked field goal, the the muffed punt, which was recovered by A&M. But if Texas A&M was actually playing a really, really good game instead of being as conservative as they are and then just shooting themselves in the foot, I don't think they'd be running away with this thing. But it would be like a 10-0. 17-0. It would be one of those types of ball games, but they can't get it together. Joshua Dillon, appreciate the 2, says, good Lord, these are the teams we may play. Yeah, no, if you're an Ohio State fan, you're licking your chops right now. This has got to be fun to watch if you're an Ohio State fan. Good Lord, both of these teams are terrible. Or at least they're playing terrible. They went for a fake punt? I must have missed that. See, when I was checking my internet, I had the game off. I was completely focused on trying to fix what was going on with my stream. So I didn't even know they went for a fake punt, but if they did, dadgum. Okay. Great. And then just think about it. Notre Dame's crying about not being in the playoffs. They lost to both these teams. Oh my goodness. You got to be real bad to lose to whatever this is. right? What a nightmare. Sorry, I'm trying to while we're at the break, I was trying to look and see if there's any sort of way I can prevent the because the problem is my frame rate just keeps going up and down, fluctuating massively. So in basically in non-technical nerd terms, my stream keeps wanting to shut down basically, and that's a big problem, obviously. So I've been trying to find a way to fix that, at least for find a temporary fix for the time being. Football boy JW, thank you for the 2, says punning truly greatness. Oh yeah, no, this game is, I'm telling you right now, this is the worst best game of football I've ever witnessed, because it's a close game, which is more than what we got last year. The thing is, it's like, do you want like a blowout daughter or a 0-0 son? That's what you're getting here. That this is what. But it doesn't matter which end you choose, you still get a terrible result all the same. I've got OBS and everything's working fine for me. I don't know what the problem is with mine. I think it's the fact that I've got it's my new the way my internet is working. I think something was fluctuating with it, and that was what messed it up. It had the frame rate jumping all around. I don't know what the deal was with that, but whatever it is, we'll let things run for a minute and then find out what happens. Lil Bats, appreciate the 2, says, my kingdom for a field goal. That was terrible. I'm telling you right now, the wind cannot be that strong. I don't deny that the wind definitely has a problem with it. But there ain't no way if that kick was going straight that it was going to sail that far. That kick was going all the way over to the right well before the wind got involved. That was just a terrible field goal attempt. That's just the reality of the situation. These are 2 completely different teams, though, with 2 completely different game plans going into this whole thing. One thing that's for certain is that it's A&M that's shooting themselves in the foot. Miami is just playing bad football, but A&M is the one that's kind of just, you know what I mean? Maybe ESPN was the smart ones here. Maybe they were smarter for putting this one at noon. Maybe they were smarter than that. James Madison pulls off the crazy. Not impossible. It's very uncertain, but I would not say it's impossible. Think about his worst, Squiddy. I'm a Notre Dame fan, and this is on my birthday. Well, happy dadgum birthday to you. I guess the birthday gift is that you don't have to watch Notre Dame in the play. You don't have to watch Notre Dame play football today. That's a blessing, right? Mr. Booty Shores was a legend on Oklahoma yesterday. A legend for Alabama. He had one really good field goal from 51 yards out and then missed what should have been a gimme from like 30. Which was basically the kill drive. I know the pressure was huge because like that was basically for the playoffs. But, like, there's no way as a kicker on D1 scholarship that you should have missed something like that, which is weird because he can nail field goals like Cam Little, but then whenever he gets into, like, crunch time and he has to kick one from, like, 20 yards out, turns into dadgum Guandong Gilbert. Football boy JW, thanks for the 2, says, do both teams have the giant special teams? Oh, I don't know. Not necessarily in total, but kickers maybe. Malachi Toney, he had that one really good punt return. There was that going for him. They also had the A&M had the fake field goal. I just watched it. A&M got the fake field goal, nearly got it too. Hating on Notre Dame when you're a Tennessee fan is so sad. Coming in here to cry on a random Saturday is even sadder. Breaking: Notre Dame has been declared the winner of this game by default as both of these teams are ass. Yeah, maybe that both of these teams opted out of they opted out of their bowl game too. The jokes just write themselves. It's not even just the jokes. Here's the thing. If Notre Dame, it had Notre Dame and their team and their coaches, if they got snubbed from the playoffs and then said, "Oh, I hate that we're not in. I feel like we got snubbed, but we'll go out there in our game and prove that we belonged." If they did that and then played in the Pop-Tart Bowl against BYU like they should have, we wouldn't be laughing at them as hard as we are right now. We wouldn't be making all of these jokes. It's the fact that Notre Dame fans, their administration, their team as a whole came out and started crying, complaining, doing the whole, we beat every single team in there by 100-some points. And then they were such a pansy ass that they even opted out of their bowl game. If they didn't do all that and do all the whole theatrics, we wouldn't be making all these jokes. We wouldn't be trolling them like we are. I'll give a lot of credit to Georgia, to the Mouse, back in 2023 when, they lost the SEC championship to Bama, got left out of the playoffs, and, they got left out of the playoffs. They felt like they belonged, but rather than cry, complain, moan, and bitch about it, they suited up, locked in for their game against Florida State in the Orange Bowl, and put belt to ass. And that's what they're like, oh, we're going to prove that we belong. That's what you should do. It's a man-made mentality. Be a man or go down as a child. You know which one you are. Oh, Bates, by the way, thank you very, very much for becoming a captain of Tardaria. Welcome to the crew. Thank you very much, good sir. Dumb Gamers, appreciate the 5, says, I have no offense and I must score. Pointed this out to Red, by the way, but Miami has 69 total yards of offense, and I don't know what the frack A&M is doing. A&M is doing a thing called shoot yourselves in the foot. That's what they're doing. Obviously, as you can tell, it's panning out pretty horrifically bad. In case you're curious, here's your halftime update. Here's what the, so as previously said, Miami has 69 yards of total offense, 31 yards passing, 38 yards rushing. Funny enough, Mark Fletcher is doing all the work running the football. Malachi Toney is a total of 6 yards rushing. We kind of figured this was going to happen because you knew the A&M defense was getting ready to shut this guy down. That's all they wanted to do. And that's literally all they're focusing on. So I'm not surprised. But yeah, no, they're having trouble really doing much of anything on offense. A&M's having a way better time. 113 yards passing, 62 yards rushing. They've got more than double, almost triple of what Miami has in total yards. The only problem is they keep shooting themselves in the foot. They can't score. They can't do anything. Once they actually get to that point where they can score, they find a way to fumble in the worst capacities possible. They had the fumble. They had the missed field goal. They had the failed the punt or the fake punt that failed miserably. They keep blowing it. They keep blowing themselves up, and that's a big problem right there. Because Mario Craver's out there putting up work. 74 yards. Does not matter. Can't do anything with it. Texas A&M can never be a military school. They're shooting themselves in the feet instead of oh my goodness. Not the angle I was going for. That's crazy. That's a diabolical statement. Notre Dame makes more money from NBC without being in a conference, and they just had to deal with the CFP. Well, hey, don't join a conference. Why should they join the conference? Nobody's telling you to join. No, just know that what you're looking at is the consequences of not being in one. Is being left out of the playoffs. Have a good time with that. Just don't cry. Just don't boo-hoo and wham because you got left out. That's the consequences of not being in a conference. I truly do believe that Notre Dame could have made the playoffs based off of talent and coaching staff. Literally, if USC was a little bit better, they very well could have. But the problem was that their schedule past that point wasn't good enough, and they had that head-to-head loss to Miami. I think a lot of Notre Dame fans are rationally mad because the playoff committee had them ahead of Miami all the way up until the BYU lost. And then when BYU lost and went below Miami, that's when they had the two next to each other, and they couldn't ignore that. That's how we all knew that Miami was eventually going to pass Notre Dame, even though they didn't play. Notre Dame would either win a conference or be the laughingstock of one. Well, I'll tell you what, if they were in the ACC, they probably would have made the ACC championship. And then if they won that, they absolutely would have been in the playoffs. But guess what? They're not, because they don't want to be in a conference. So you get to reap the consequences of that. Lost in this, that A&M is an ACC coach. This is just an average ACC game. Yeah, this is a Mike Elko moment. Mike Elko's used to this, playing Miami in this game, which is why he might be used to beating the Canes. I can deal with Notre Dame being an upset. They missed the playoffs. What I can't forgive is they disrespect they showed to the Pop-Tart Bowl. That's true. Yeah, they did the Pop-Tart Bowl absolutely dirty. You're not wrong about that. That's the part I can't forgive. Alabama didn't drop because they played in a conference championship, which I don't know if you realize. You're not in one of those, and you never will be because you're not in a conference. Still scoreless. Never changed. Not once. Well, the Cheez-It Bowl is just the Citrus Bowl. They had the Cheez-It Bowl before, but then they just changed it. Now it's just the Citrus Bowl. But yeah, the Pop-Tart Bowl absolutely deserves all the respect. The thing about Bama and BYU is that Bama was in the playoffs before the SEC championship. BYU wasn't. BYU was in a scenario where they had to beat Texas Tech in order to actually make the playoffs. If they lost, nothing was going to change no matter what. Bama was in. You can't kick out Bama for losing a conference championship game, because if you do that, at that point, nobody's ever playing in a conference championship again. If they had actually gone through with kicking out Bama, it would have ended. It would have ended with nobody ever playing a conference championship again. You can't spell citrus without Tex, ain't that right? Squid, who's your natty pick? I picked Ohio State. I picked Ohio State because I've said this before the Big Ten championship. The loser of that game is my favorite to win it all. Because let's be honest, those two teams, Ohio State and Indiana, they look like the two best teams. Notice how the top four teams in the country right now, both of those teams I just mentioned, plus the Mouse and Texas Tech, all four of them kind of play a similar style of football, which is play elite defense all the way through and then play like a half of decent offense and watch the fireworks come. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And it's a strategy that has worked out entirely for them throughout the whole season. This game needs to be decided by penalty kicks and 30-mile-per-hour winds. Whoever makes the most out of 10 wins. Yeah, do that thing in soccer where they just, instead of kicking for the goal, kick a field goal from 30 yards out. And whichever team finally makes a field goal is the one that wins. That's why I'm scared this game. This game could legitimately go into overtime. Oh, God, imagine if this game goes into overtime. I don't think I can handle chaos overtime with these two piles of doo-doo on the field. Holy hell. You know the question, elite or fraudulent, you put in the thumbnail? I don't even know at this point. Well, elite defense, if there's nothing else, then there's elite defense. There you go. That's it. I cast a curse upon the Irish for disrespecting the almighty Pop-Tart Bowl. Well, luckily for you, they've already been cursed with the fact that they're not in the playoffs. You know what I mean? I think the most cursed scenario would be if Marcus Freeman takes the Michigan job and then they're forced to rehire Brian Kelly. But that's just a dream scenario. That would be the ultimate funny. That's not what's going to happen though. I think if nothing else, if Burger King is going somewhere, he's going to be the one to take the Michigan job. Whoever advances gets the honors of getting their heads ripped off by Ohio State. Not sure they want to win after realizing how badly they suck. I don't think that's going to happen, funnily enough. I don't see whichever team that gets in there getting blown out. Ohio State's offense isn't built like that. If we were talking about 2019 Ohio State with like guys like Marvin Harrison, Chris Olave, all those guys, then yeah, I'd be right there with you. I agree on that. But their offense is not built like that. What they're going to do, and this is what's probably going to happen, is they're going to whittle down their offense slowly, time over time, force mistakes, and then that's how they're going to win. You know what I mean? I said Brian Kelly to Michigan is a joke. Not necessarily a joke. It's a little more than that now. Lord Steve, appreciate the follow on Twitch. The Death Bowl. Good Lord, that sounds menacing. What's the victory for that one? You don't get taken out by the Grim Reaper? I don't like the sound of that. Well, we're getting ready to get back started, so let me go ahead. I'm going to be watching the frame rate on this stream. If something goes haywire, I'll be the first to know. Oh, that was ridiculous, though. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. We should be okay. Knock on wood. But here we go. The second half is getting ready to begin. 0-0 apiece. I don't know what's more stunning, the fact that we're looking at this game and nobody scored, or Carson Beck has yet to throw his traditional interception. One of the two could very well happen. Either one team scores or Carson Beck throws a pick. Throw a bet in the chat right now. Which one happens first, the Carson Beck interception or a point? Which one happens first? Michigan can do the funniest thing ever and turn down Burger King and hire Mike Gundy instead. If that happens, Ann Arbor could very well burn down. All right, well, here we go. Here we go. The Aggies set to kick here. Miami will get the ball to start this second half. No points scored. This is where we find out whether or not they can do something. Oh, the wind. The wind drove the football away. They've got to set it back up. Oh, my goodness, bro. This is terrible. You guys think Beck's throwing a pick on this drive? I guess we'll see. Thoughts on the Kentucky hire? Not surprising, I will say that. That's what I imagined they were going to go the whole way. They wanted Sumrall, but I knew Sumrall was going to get picked up by Florida. So that didn't necessarily surprise me. Here's the kickoff. This one sailing over to the left where it's taken in the end zone for a touchback. It's like those NSC North games during winter storms. Perfectly fit for a playoff game. December chaos. I forget that we're in December right now. That's it. It feels so weird that we're in December and you've still got teams playing at home. It's throwing me off. Well, yeah, no, the wind has definitely played a factor in this one, I'll say that. But it's not like it's benefiting one team or another. It's reality is it's just screwing over everybody. Somebody has to come out of this a winner, though. That's all we know. First down and 10, back to throw. Back, throws on the outside, got a man for a first down who nearly breaks a tackle but gets to the 40. Great play right there. Got C.J. Daniels. Most success in terms of offense the Canes have had all day has come basically from that man right there. Beck again, another screen, this time to the left. Breaks another tackle, down to the 50, still going. All the way to the 40-yard line. There you go. Miami's got a big drive going right now. That's Keelan Maria with that one. They've got some momentum now. They're getting something moving, that's for certain. All right. Joshua Dillon, thanks for the 5, buddy. Says, get used to it. We go to 24 teams. It would go well into February. God, let's not think of a scenario like that. At least not yet. Give us some time there. First and 10. It's going to be a handoff. No, an end around. But to Marion on the outside, who is thrown down after a loss of about 5. Big time loss right there for the Canes. Going to be 2nd and 15 coming up. Terrifically doo-doo play call right there. My goodness. Whoever gets the first touchdown might win the game. We could see a 7-0 end of regulation here. We'll see. This is a successful drive so far for the Canes. 4 wide set, now 5 wide. Beck all alone in the backfield. He throws a screen on the outside. It is caught. Looked like a slant route, actually, to Marion for not quite a first down, but close to it. It's going to be 3rd down and short, about 3 yards left to go. SEC, or NCAA football March Madness, 134 teams. Wouldn't that just be spectacular? All right, here we go. Canes 1 for 7 on 3rd down conversions. Hands it off straight up the middle. Mark Fletcher's got a lane. Still running, gets the first down past the 20. Down at the 10. The Canes are closer than anybody has been to the end zone. They've got 10 yards to go. This is going to be 1st and goal, Miami. They are closer than anybody is to actually scoring. Could we witness glory here? Could Miami actually get some points up on the board? Oh boy. I don't know why I'm so excited. I guess I'm just excited to see some quality football for once. Looks like somebody blew a timeout. Yeah, A&M takes their first timeout before they're able to snap the football. Come on, Aggies. Are we just rooting? Are we rooting for the shutout now? Is that what we're doing? This game could end. This game ends 6-0 with an A&M pickup or pick 6 for Carson Beck. Holy hell! Yeah, as I said earlier, this is the This is the best worst game of college football I've ever witnessed. The Aggies are getting outshined by the Miami man's third leg. We have 5 first-round playoff games. All of them ended in 10-plus wins, except now. What do you mean by that? Are you saying? Oh, you're saying that. Okay. You're saying that all the teams won by 10 or more. Okay. Yeah. No. What? I mean, it's like I said earlier. You're either getting a blowout daughter, 0-0 son, whichever one you want. I mean, I guess because which one would you rather want? Would you rather want that, or would you rather want A&M winning by like 40 points at halftime? You know what I mean? It's no fun watching a blowout. I want the SEC to win this, but at the same time, a Miami loss just makes Notre Dame feel validated. Well, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. They did this crap when Alabama won last night. You know what I mean? Oh, Oklahoma's not good at all. Notre Dame would go in and they beat Bama by 100 points. I mean, nothing's going to change. We're going to hear it tonight about James Madison and Tulane, or definitely if Ole Miss dare lose. Holy crap, or Oregon. We'll hear it once we get to the second round, too. Oh, why did Texas Tech even get a bye? They freaking suck. Notre Dame would go into bye. They'd beat all that, yeah. If Alabama lost and if Miami loses, and everyone at Notre Dame would be arguing about a bid. Well, thankfully, that's not how that happened. But anyway, here we go. First and goal for the Canes. 10 yards between them and glory. And by glory, I mean we see an actual point be scored. So, oh my goodness. Could they do it? I don't know. Has yet to be determined. Here at first and goal. 3 receivers out. Malachi Tony on the direct running back snap. Gets about 4 yards out of that one. 2nd and 6 coming up. Or 2nd and goal from the 6. Who has more obnoxious Alabama fans in 2024 and Notre Dame fans this year? Well, Alabama at least had the courtesy of... they at least showed up to the bowl game. They didn't quit. They didn't outright quit and just say, oh, we're not going to play in the bowl game because we're going to cry like a little baby. Wah. They still cried a hell of a lot, but at least they showed up to get their ass beat by Michigan. 2nd and goal from the 7. What you got here? Line up in the bunch formation. Carson Beck back to throw. Throws to the end zone and complete. Missed him. Tried to get Keelan Marion, and he missed him by a mile. Oh, yeah. College Station's not going to be happy if they wound up blowing this one. I'll tell you what. It's 3rd and goal. Somebody's got the stadium pulse. I saw that in there. Somebody's got the stadium pulse sign. That's hilarious. Well, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 7. Possible chance of scoring a point here. 4 wide set. Beck on the pass. Looking. Runs out of the pocket. Tries to run towards the end zone. Not close enough. He gets 2 yards short. 4th and goal. Do the funny. Please do the funny. Do it. Do it. Go for it. Go for it, Mario. Go for it. Come on, please. Come on. Go for it. No, he's bringing the field goal unit out. Dadgummit. Well, here we go. Unfortunately, the shutout may not be preserved. It's a 21-yard attempt. Carter Davis 0 for 2 on field goals. Literally, if you're on the D1 scholarship, no matter how bad the wind is, you can make this. This is an easily makeable field goal. Let's see if he can do it. The kick is up, and he nailed it. Dadgummit, it's good. There we go. The Canes have finally put up points. We have points at long last. It's 3-0. Miami on top. My goodness. The ACC is just a different league.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Stop the count. 3-0 victory. Might stand like that. I don't know. We'll see.
You present, but you ain't really there.
Yeah, I know. We're all upset about it. Trust me. I wanted more than anybody for that to happen. I wanted more than anybody for this game to dadgum be a 0-0 ending. Dude, this would actually be huge for the Canes to hold on to this. There's still plenty of time, but let me tell you what, this would be huge. Not just for them, but for the ACC in its entirety. Because remember how bad they've been in the postseason? They went 2-11 in bowl games last year, including an 0-2 showing in the playoffs. If they win this game, it'll be huge for all the narratives around Tank Conference, more specifically just around the Canes. But that's if they hold on here. There's still plenty of time for Marcel Reed to finally remember how to throw a football. 3-3 and 29 overtimes. Holy hell. Let's avoid that one at all costs. Yeah, unfortunately we get no super D-duper overtime. Real quick, I'll be right back. Get live chair reaction. For just a second. I'll be back in just a sec. I'm back. And look who I brought with me. I didn't go looking for him, actually. He came up to me while I was in the bathroom. So he's here. Smokey has entered the building. Come here, little buddy. All right, well. 3-0 game here. Canes on top. Trying to do something here, at least if you're the Aggies. You've got to do something now. You don't have a choice. Down by 3, I think by now you realize the situation that you're in. The wind is so bad that somebody had to be there to be basically a place kicker for the football and the kickoff. But that one sails into the end zone. It's a touchback. A&M will start from the 25. Does UNLV become ranked when they win the Frisco Bowl? No. They were going to be ranked regardless, but they're definitely not after that loss to Boise State. They were never going to get that luxury. Here goes a run on the outside. Good enough for about 8 yards. Casey Concepcion on that run. Good enough for about 8, I believe. That's at least a decent start to the run game. We'll see if they can continue it. They have no choice. They've pretty much got to. The player down for Miami. Who's down for the Canes? Yeah, he took a big hit from Concepcion right there. Zechariah Poyser. He's down for the Canes. Took a monstrous hit when he was going for the tackle in Concepcion. Should Notre Dame join the Big 12? No. No. If they're going to join a conference, they need to join the ACC. It's so weird to me that there's a team, and this is Gonzaga's like this too in basketball, because Notre Dame is part of the ACC in basketball and everywhere else. They just refuse to join them in football. It's so weird. They need to go ahead and force them to join or kick them out entirely. If the ACC actually had some guts, which they don't, they'd force Notre Dame to join the conference in football, or they kick them out entirely. Then maybe Notre Dame they'd be a little more incentivized to join. Otherwise, they're never going to do it. What's up, Smokey? What's up? Is Scooter out the door? Is that what it is? Do you feel Scooter's presence? No, it's just there's nothing there. Again, Mike, thank you very much for becoming a soldier of Tardaria. Thank you, good sir. Welcome, welcome. Smokey just wanted to check out what was at the door. Hey, buddy, look. Go get it. Poyser took a big hit. He's walking off to the locker room. They're going to go have a second look at him. That's unfortunate. 2nd down and 1 coming up for the Aggies. Quick run on the outside. They had him before, but he's able to jump to get the first down. Good play right there. Here you go, buddy. Hey, there you go. He's so cute. Yeah, Poyser's done. He's taking off the helmet. That's unfortunate. Here's Reed back to throw. They're bringing pressure on the edge. Throws it late. Hits the ground. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Second and 10 coming up. They almost tried to rule it a fumble. Ay. How am I watching this from Germany and still ahead of Squid? Because you're watching it from a stream, so it's naturally behind no matter what. What's going on here? Was there a flag that was blown? Oh, I guess they're calling it a intentional grounding. Okay, because it's 2nd and 22 now. Here's Reed taking it from the 22. He's going to try to run out of bounds. Throws late. Got a man there. Dodges a couple of people. Still going. Gets to around the 29-yard line. A decent little push right there, but nowhere near enough. It's going to be 3rd and long. What you doing? What you doing? It's going to be a 3rd and 17. 3rd and Ryan Williams. Do you think they'll convert this one? Speaking of which, Ryan Williams, what happened to him? Did y'all see it? Did y'all ever see him last night? I don't think he was even there. Anyway, here we go. 3 receivers out for the Aggies. Reed on the throw. Looking. They're going to throw over the middle. Intercepted! At the 50-yard line. Good return right here. Past the 40. Still going to the 30. Inside the 25. It's picked off. Marcel Reed's pass. He was trying to get somewhere with that one. Could not capitalize on it. And it's a big-time interception. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is getting bad. Bryce Fitzgerald came in there, got the pick. Just horrible throw by Marcel Reed. That dude was covered. He was covered by a mile. It was a perfect zone coverage by Miami. Reed just basically threw a prayer in desperation. That's going to come back to bite him. It would have made more sense just to throw an arm punt. Because now Miami's got the ball near red zone territory. Hell, they've got it in the red zone. They're starting from the 20. This is getting disastrous for A&M. They just keep shooting themselves in the foot. Man in motion here on first down. Some trickery. Beck trying to run for the first down. He's going to slide down after maybe 4 yards. Try to reverse pass there on a wildcat formation. Beck is able to get 4 yards out of it, but it's going to be second down. What if this just be the perfect time for Carson Beck to throw his trademark interception when they've got all the momentum and the ball in the red zone with the potential chance to go up by 2 scores? The crowd is starting to die down a bit, but they're at least still loud. We'll see what they can do here. 2nd and 8 for Miami. Takes the snap. Going to be a handoff straight up the middle. Maybe a yard if that. I think he got 2 out of it. It's going to be 3rd down and 6. Can't say enough how important it is for Miami to get the stop here. Cannot say enough how important it is. Here it is, 3rd down and 7. 4 wide set. Some adjustments up on the line here. Stays in a 4 wide set. Takes the snap back, looking on a play action. Throws, nearly intercepted, but it's incomplete. Boy, he tried to throw it there. He tried to blow it right there, but it's going to be 4th down and 7. Canes are going to have to settle with the field goal. Or at least they're going to settle trying to kick the field goal. Davis is, 1 for 3? This is a 35-yard attempt, a little bit over to the left. Yeah, Carter Davis, 1 for 3 on field goals. Gonna try and hit this one. Let's see if he can do it. The kick is up, and boom, right off the uprights and no good. He doinked that one, and the score stays 3-0. They might as well just go for it every time at this point. They ain't got a field goal kicker. That's just the reality of the situation. If they had a kicker, if they had Mr. Booty Shorts, this would have been 12-0 right now. Oh my goodness! Look, it's so bad. I want you guys to know it's so bad that even Smokey doesn't want to be here anymore. Look at how cute he is. Say hello to the people. Say hello to the people. Okay. He wants out. Alright, see you later, little buddy. He wanted to visit for a bit. We let him visit. The Nobody Wants to Win Bowl. That's for certain. Again, need to emphasize, Notre Dame lost to both these teams right here. Not only that, but they lost in shootouts. Both of these teams put up actually, I don't even think A&M... Miami didn't even really have a shootout. I know A&M did. A&M put up a bunch of numbers on Notre Dame. That is not what happened to the other team, though. Oh, this is terrible. Dude, this is just a football aneurysm. When did Kirk Ferentz clone himself and coach A&M in Miami? I ain't got a clue. I knew the defenses were going to play hard today, but this is just a mix of several key problems with both of these teams. Great defenses, terrible offenses that struggle whenever they're putting any sort of pressure. That's just the reality of the situation that we're looking at right now. I mean, go back to all of A&M's games that they've played. Look at the difference between what happens when you put pressure on Marcel Reed and when you don't. When you don't, A&M is red hot and they're all over you. That's what they were doing to most of the SEC competition they were playing. But when they played Texas's defense and Marcel Reed couldn't just sit in the pocket all year, you saw what happened. You saw it for yourself. I was streaming the whole dadgum thing. The after you bowl, more like the let it the let him have it bowl. Great, now let him have it. You can have it. As an Iowa fan, I am enjoying this. Yeah, the rest of us are sitting here like, what the hell is going on here? This is awful. As an Iowa fan, you're sitting here like, oh, I've seen this before. This is just my natural television. We might have 2 clowns of the week at this rate. Miami made one. It was the play of the game. Literally, yeah, that's I would say the actual honest play of the game for this entire game has been the Malachi Tony return. Now, it didn't result in anything, but it was still a cool play. Here's A&M from the first play from scrimmage. Run up the middle, maybe 3 yards on that one. It's going to be 2nd down and 7. Is this playoff football? Well, it's about the best you're going to get in the first round. At least it's not a blowout. Right? This is what you guys wanted. I don't know why everybody's complaining. This is what everybody wanted. We didn't want any blowouts. Here we go. This is what you get. Man moving in motion here on 2nd down. Run straight up the middle. Good protection there. The line was part of like the Red Sea. They were able to get almost a 1st down. But it's going to be about a yard short. Hey, Squid, quick question. Are you ever going to let Notre Dame off the hook, or are you going to clown them for all of eternity? Depends on how long the fans and the administration is crying about it. I just now let Florida State off the hook for what they did 2 years ago, so it just sort of depends on how long it takes for them to get over it. 3rd and short. Expect to run up the gut, and that's probably what they're going to do. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Moss straight up the gut. He gets the 1st down and 2 yards afterwards. It's crazy that there's no Lane Kiffin coaching today for Ole Miss. His time would be defined by 2 words. Different leagues. Might as well be in different leagues.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Literally. But there was no way they were going to let him coach after what he did. After trying to bail on him midway through their playoff race, they weren't going to let him coach no matter what. All right, 1st down and 10. 4 receivers out. Play action. Reed looking for a receiver down the field, running out of the pocket, trying to run for himself. Thrown down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and it's a big sack for Scott. And it's going to be 2nd and 12 for the Aggies. They're just having all sorts of trouble trying to get anything going when it comes to the run game. And they're starting to, you can tell that they were fooled at least a little bit by the Marcel Reed run plays earlier. It's not that it's not doing anything to him now. They've got a spy out there on the field, and you just need to keep him out there because Marcel Reed is running for his life pretty much every play. Here he goes again, back to throw. Looking for a man downfield. Still looking. Throws on the outside over on the sideline. Caught for about 5 or 6 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and about 3 coming up. Elko's looking for a flag on the play. I don't know what for. Whether it's a face mask or a late hit, I'm not entirely sure. And they're not giving it to him. Oh, they're looking for unnecessary roughness. They're looking for an unnecessary roughness call after KC Concepcion got thrown down. But I didn't see it. That was just good football right there. That's all there is to it. 4 wide formation here for the Aggies on 3rd down and 4. Back to pass again. Reed looking down the field. Rolls out of the pocket once again. Forced to throw to the sideline. Incomplete. And they will once again, for the umpteenth time this game, will have to give the ball right back to the Hurricanes. This is shameful offense right here. They only have 3 plays. They have the dump off screen to the outside. They have the designed Marcel Reed run up the middle. And then they have a play called Pray Marcel Reed is able to find somebody while he runs around for 10 minutes. It's all failed miserably because all they've done is shoot themselves in the foot. They've got to do something down the line or they're going to blow this game. If Miami somehow scores a touchdown this drive, that might be the kill switch. We'll see. Here's the return by Tony from the 20. Still running, gets around to the 30 before being taken down. So they're going to start from the 31-yard line. Mike Oko's pissed he didn't get a flag on that play, but still, I didn't see one. Still 3-0. A&M down by 3. Who's the offensive coordinator for Texas A&M again? Irrelevant at this point. Well, here's what I want to know. Is Kansas State having any regrets? That's what I want to know. If you're a Kansas State fan, are you having any regrets right now? Because the man Colin plays for A&M is about to become your new head coach. Colin Klein is still playing. He's still calling plays for this game. So do you blame that on him? Because I blame some of this on him. They've only tried 3 different plays. That's it. Colin Klein has got to plan a little bit more something, but this ain't doing it. This ain't cutting it. So let me tell you what, if you're a Kansas State fan, do you regret your decision a little bit? Because this is what you're getting. He might be busy. He might be overwhelmed. Because I talked about it before. I mean, I even talked about it in my playoff video. Some of these coaches that are moving on to new jobs after this playoff run is over, they're overwhelmed because they're doing 2 different jobs at 2 different schools. So it makes me wonder what in the world is going on with Colin Klein, because if this is what he's bringing to Kansas State, I want none of it. You might be better off with 4th and Kleeman. I don't want to hear about Tulane or James Madison not deserving to be here. Well, yeah, no, I mean everybody knew it. Everybody knew what the requirements were to get in the playoffs, what the guidelines are going to be. Everybody was cool with 5 conference champions getting in before the ACC shot all over their own foot. Now that they've done that, now suddenly everybody they want nothing of it. Now, you know what I mean? Kansas State to remain unchanged. Nothing ever changes with Kansas State. They're just the same school they've always been. Well, here we go. Miami to start from the 31-yard line. We'll see what they can bring to the table here. First down, man moving in motion. Handoff to Fletcher up the middle. He's moving. He breaks a tackle. Still going. Gets the first down. Down around the 44-yard line. A&M is very lucky. If they did not grab him right there, that could have very well have been a house call. This is really bad if you're A&M. Because not only, I mean, Carson Beck still can't throw, but the Canes are at least running the football in some capacity. If their offense starts getting hot, I think A&M might be cooked. Here comes another first down from the 44. Handoff again to Fletcher up the middle. Nothing given there. See, then that's not going to work. More often than not, you're not going to get any luck with that. Second down and about 9 coming up. We've got a man down for Texas A&M. And he is not moving at all. That's not good to see. Hope he's okay. Theo Mellon-Orstrom down for A&M. At this point, I'm convinced Tulane and James Madison both would have cleared A&M and Miami. No. Because I think this offense for A&M would have at least looked somewhat competent had they played against a Tulane defense. James Madison, I'm not entirely sure. James Madison could legitimately put up a fight. I would say that, but I don't think Tulane would. Zach Stalpa, thank you for the 5, says, has the 12 best teams barometer ruined college football playoff discourse? It essentially always has a chance to be contrary to how conferences end up. Well, everything with the playoffs is going to be contrary. The BCS was contrary too. Nothing ever changed in that regard. There's always going to be some fan base, some group, somebody who's going to be crying about it. Hell, Utah back in 2004, they couldn't stop crying. Notre Dame is part of the reason why we even have a playoff committee in the first place, because they didn't like the BCS and all that. Everybody thought it was so stupid that the SEC was just ruling all the BCS, and there was SEC bias in the computers. So then we had to move to the playoff committee, and now they're biased too. So there's always going to be a problem with that. 2nd down and 9 coming up. Back to pass. Beck takes the screen. Breaks a tackle. Still moving. Gets about 5 yards out of that one. A 3rd down and 5 coming up. Yeah, if I'm an A&M fan, I'm never going to be any louder than I am right now. You guys need to stop. You need to stop, bad. You're running out of time. That's the problem here. You're legitimately running out of time. Because Miami is chewing away at the clock right now. Here it is, 3rd down and 5. A&M bringing the blitz. They get to the running back. Fletcher nearly able to escape the pass rush, but he's not able to get there. He's not able to get there in time. That's going to be a 4th down. 4th down and about 2. And as you would have expected, they're going to send the punting unit out there. Both of these teams, I mean, they've got great defenses, but their offenses just look so unmotivated. Especially Miami's. Now, I get it, because they to be honest, if I were Cristobal, I wouldn't trust Carson Beck either, but they've got to come up with something. They're going to run out of time here and take the delay of game penalty. Extra 5 yards for Texas A&M to work with. Didn't know you reacted to MLS, yeah. Still 3-0 here. Get ready to go to the 9th inning. All right, here's the punt. Bam. Sailing all the way to around the 15. That is where it'll be taken, close to around the 16-yard line. A&M running out of time here. We've got 33 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. I think they've got maybe 3 or 4 drives left in them, and if they don't do anything on those 3 or 4 drives, they're cooked. Tulane and Ole Miss getting ready to get started about an hour from now. This game might not be over by the time we get there. If this somehow goes into overtime, holy hell. Oklahoma found an offense for about a quarter and then dipped for the rest of the day. That's been what they've been up to. Play action. Marcel Reed running out of the pocket again. They're all over him. He's going way back behind the line. He lost about 10 yards right there. Huge sack pins him all the way back, and that's how they're probably going to end the quarter. What a horrific way to end it. What was Marcel Reed doing? Just throw the ball away, you idiot. He's trying to make magic out of nothing. There was nothing there. They were all over you from the start. Yeah, this is getting bad. And who else but Ruben Bain with the sack? That'll be the end of the third quarter off of a Ruben Bain sack. Score remains 3-0. This is absolutely insane for a playoff game, I'll say that much. This is how you know a lot of these teams are trying to go the Indiana-Ohio State route and then just win the game off of defense alone. That ain't going to cut it once you get to the big leagues, but they're trying their hardest. Is this game going to end 3-0? Potentially so. Dude ran in circles. Yeah, no, Marcel Reed is used to doing that. He did it all up against South Carolina, and it succeeded for him once Dylan Stewart stopped being a lot. Once they put an extra blocker on Dylan Stewart, South Carolina's offense, or defensive line, they couldn't stop him. You know what I mean? And it's not just him either. I mean, Marcel Reed's been doing that to some of the worst defensive lines in the country. When he tried it against Texas's defensive front, suddenly he became useless. No, I mean, this is a competitive game, but it's like, again, it's the best worst competitive game I've seen. It's just insane. It's like when you spray a lab with water. All Marcel Reed is doing is running around. That's all he's trying to do. Zach Stump, appreciate the 10, says, if a larger playoffs for the Natty had been implemented earlier, what team would you have loved to see in the format that didn't get the chance? An underrated pick is 2004 Auburn that went undefeated. I don't know. That's a great question. I'd have to think about it because there's only a handful of years that I actually legitimately remember. But I feel like if in a 12-team playoff system, one thing that absolutely would have been entertaining would have been 2007. A 12-team playoff in 2007 would have fed families. Oh, Bates, appreciate the 2, says, is this game of the century material? Hell no. Absolutely not. Indiana, Ohio State was playoff. That at least, somebody at least did something there. Neither of these teams are doing anything. They're just dicking around the entire game. It was awful. Oh, my goodness. Well, the A&M crowd is still extremely into it. That's at least one thing you give them credit for. Or doing the whole, that whole thing. We'll see what they can do. After that sack by Ruben Bain, it's 2nd and 18. Reed back to pass in his own end zone. Throws early. Got a man at the 20. Still moving. Gets to about the 24. 3 yards short of the first down marker. Great pass play right there to Bethel Roman. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 3. They only have a couple of drives left, maybe 3 or 4 more left, if that, so they need to make something out of nothing here. That's just the reality of the situation. Otherwise, they might be cooked. Here he goes again. Reed, all alone in the pocket, running away from the pressure, still running, throws, got a man past the 35 who gets out of bounds, Bethel Roman to about the 37. He's been playing like a beast. I think that's his 4th reception today. He hasn't necessarily been all over the place, but he's been clutch when he needs to. 5 wide set again, Marcel Reed all alone in the backfield. Here he goes again, takes the snap, back to throw, they bring pressure instantly. The pass rush gets to him, but not quite enough to get him out of bounds before he gets maybe 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 coming up. It's funny. A&M and Miami almost have 200 yards apiece, and they have 3 points total. Absolutely insane. They only gave Reed 2 yards there. It's going to be 2nd and 8. Clock is going down. It's definitely not on their side. Outside run here. Off the bat, nothing given there. Maybe 2 yards off of the run. Little stretch run there by KC Concepcion. And it's going to be 3rd down and about 6. So they're going to... See, if I'm A&M, this strategy is working against you. Because if you don't convert here, you're just chewing away whatever attempt you have left. Because if you're going to have to get the ball back, at least you're going to have to get the ball back if you don't convert this. And you're just chewing away clock. They've already taken out 2 minutes. 13 left to go. 3rd down and 5. And a 3-wide set. Pass play. Takes the screen on the outside. Got a man who breaks a tackle. Running towards the 1st down marker. And I think Mario Craver got it. Is Mario Craver ever going to be used for anything other than the bubble screens? They had him for 1 deep bomb, and then that's all he's done other than take bubble screens. Either way, though, he's a beast, and he gets the 1st down off of it. Christopher Brickner, thank you for the 2, says, it looks like either team will be wrecked by Bucks. So it seems. 2 receivers out. Run straight up the middle off the power back. Maybe good enough for 2 yards, if that. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Yeah, that's another big problem I noticed for A&M. They can't establish the run in any capacity. They've sent Ruben Owens up the middle several times, and he can't do anything. And a lot of that is due to the fact that Marcel Reed can't run either. Ruben Bain has been chasing him around all night long. Here on a 2nd and 8. 3-wide set. Man moving in motion. Play action. Reed throws a screen right over, and it is caught for about 5 yards on the sideline. Maybe 6. Either way, it is going to be about third and maybe 3. A&M is just, they are playing extremely conservative football. Christopher Brickner, appreciate the 2, says both teams are playing pathetically bad football. Just weak offense in general. That's one thing I absolutely know. Man moving in motion on 3rd down and 3. Man jumps off sides. Huge for A&M. That's going to convert them and give them another 1st down. Man jumped off sides for the Hurricanes. Free 5 yards for A&M. Home crowd finally coming through in the clutch for him. But they've got to come up with something other than throwing these screens. Yes, it's working now, but you've still got quite a few yards to go before you even get into field goal range. Here we are, 1st and 10. Handoff. No, it's a play action. Marcel Reed looking down the field. Throws. Got a man wide open. Concepcion gets his hands on it, I think. Yes, it's caught. 1st down. Texas A&M at the 20. One of the most successful drives they've had all game, but can they finish? And if I'm A&M, I'm going for the kill shot. I'm going for the touchdown. You do not want to get into a situation where you've got to kick a field goal. But now hold on a second, because ref ball is going back to review this. They called it a catch on the field. There's got to be indisputable evidence to overturn it. Bubble screen is a 3rd of their entire playbook. Yeah, at this point, if I'm Miami, if you see Mario Craver on the sidelines, you just send everybody over his way, because that's what they do every time. They just send the bubble screen over to Mario Craver or Concepcion. Either way, it's pretty obvious at this point where they're going to go if they do something like that. That's a catch because I hate Miami. Christopher Brickner, thank you for the 5, says A&M is playing their offense like Ryan Day did before he learned how not to play overly conservative offense after 2024 Michigan. Well, the difference with 2024 Michigan was that that happened because Ryan Day was trying to make a statement about them not being soft. and it wound up blowing up in his face. So Ohio State's offense was heavily different in that 2024 Michigan game as compared to how they usually play. So I'm not surprised that they couldn't score because all they did was run the football. All you got to do is throw up to Jeremiah Smith and it'll make something happen. It's the same thing they did with Indiana. They refused to, for at least a majority of the game, play aggressive, and it came back to bite them. Now, for one, I think they definitely took a whole lot more shots than A&M has done today. I'll say that much, but it just still wasn't enough. Anyway, here's the Squiddy for you now that we've made the goal. Ooh! 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 Sorry, nose is itchy. Ooh! Ooh! I say right foot creep. We're so tough we're going to miss 2 field goals and lose. Hey, it could be worse. You could miss 3 field goals like Miami. You know what I mean? Jeremiah Smith was like a half foot taller than Indiana's tallest defensive back. Didn't throw any phase to him in the end zone. Yeah. Ooh. Joshua Dillon, thanks for the 2, says, what's your hopes for UT in 2026? Better or worse? Better, for sure. The standard here is well above 8-4. That's one thing I absolutely do know. Is that the standard should be well above 8-4 in a Music Shitty Bowl appearance. And I think a lot of it is going to depend on who we get out of the portal for our quarterback. It's looking like it's going to be Josh Hoover. That's what I'm thinking it's going to be. But if it's Messmaker, that would be huge. All right, well, I'm going to get a second look at what this Concepcion catch. Oh, that's incomplete. That is incomplete all day. No question about it, yeah. They moved him back, and obviously so. 2nd and 10 coming up for A&M. Man moving in motion. Pass play. Screen to the outside or a little dump off to Concepcion. Incomplete. He threw higher than the man. He threw like 7 feet up into the air. Nobody's catching that, Marcel Reed. Come on. Christopher Brickner, thank you for the 5, says the statement about Ohio State not being stopped in 2024 came against Tennessee. Sorry about that. I still don't think Tennessee has recovered from it yet. We have, just not in the way you think. No, we're all up in arms about losing to friggin' Diego Pavia and Vandy. Here's a 3rd down and 10 at the 41-yard line. They need something here badly. 3 receivers out for A&M. Man moving in motion. Reed back to throw again. They quickly throw to him, and he's got a man. It's a 1st down. Just barely enough to make it. I think he got around to the 30. Either way, though, Bethel Roman gets the 1st down, and the A&M drive shall continue. Maze the Great. I think somebody just took a timeout. Looks like, they're going to review it. They're going to review to see where he was if he got the 1st down. They can't catch a break with the reviews. Maze the Great, though, thank you for the 5, says, as a sports fan who really doesn't follow college football, I really enjoy your content. I'm learning a lot as a history nut. Well, I'm glad to help out with that. Thank you for watching. Greatly appreciate your support. And thank you very much for your kind donation. Tim Banks never recovered from that game, and that's why he isn't at Tennessee anymore. Well, Tim Banks has sucked all year long. That's why he's not at Tennessee. Tim Banks, a lot of narratives around Tim Banks were thrown out of the window because he had a really good year last season, but it was because he was a James Pierce and Jermon McCoy merchant. Literally, you take those two players out of the equation, and the defense gets nuked instantly. Because Pierce is a guy where even if you put two blockers on him, he's still going to find a way to make something happen. We didn't have that type of ferocity in the edge this year, and that wound up screwing us over big time. Why do I find a 3-0 game entertaining? Because it's quality football. Not really quality football, but at least it's entertaining because it's a close game. You don't know who's going to win it. If A&M was up by 27 points right now, obviously this wouldn't be entertaining. Unless you're South Carolina, and then you find a way to piss it away. And, you know, then there you go. That's entertaining. Well, here's the call. And it is confirmed, so they're going to call it a first down. So first down Aggies. I'd say it's safe to say now that they're in field goal range, but like I said earlier, if I'm A&M, 10 minutes left to go in this ball game, I'm going for the kill shot. I want the touchdown. Because I think at this point, if you manage to get a touchdown at this point, then that's going to really put Miami in a hole. Plus, it's the fact that you can't kick a field goal to save your life with how bad the wind is. So here we go. 3 wide set for A&M. Bunch formation. Everybody else lined up to the outside. On the pass. Looking for a man down the field. Throws on the outside again. Got a man on the dump off. Good enough to get to the 20. Still moving. All the way to the 19-yard line. Mario Craver finally doing something a little bit more than just a screen. He just kicked the man in the face while he was going down. That's hilarious. We do have a man down for the Canes after that one. Gonna be a little bit of a break because of it. Ahmad Moten Sr., he is down for Miami on one knee. Is Michael Vick the best player to come out of Virginia? That's grim. Well, you're wrong anyway because he's not. He's not the best player to come out of Virginia because he came out of Virginia Tech. Oh, you mean the dadgum state? I'm sorry. I'm a dumbass. My bad. The kill shot. 10 minutes left. Game insane. Yes. The way this game has gone. A touchdown with 10 minutes left to go, that is a kill shot. Pray for me. I'm about to make a Helldiver drop into the Notre Dame fan page to see what's up. Brett, come out alive. Cross your fingers, buddy. Go in there for just a brief second and then immediately exit out. That's all I can tell you. I wouldn't want to know what's going on in those message boards either. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Notre Dame has more hypothetical wins right now than the SEC has all year. Oh yeah, no. I just saw somebody say Jeremiah Love would have had 150 yards by now. Yeah, they're real smart people. They're really smart individuals. I'm more afraid of the Michigan message boards. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, Kenny Dillingham just signed an extension, and that's what a lot of people thought was going to be the pick. There were a lot of people who thought that Michigan was getting Dillingham. Obviously, that's not how it panned out because he just signed an extension with Arizona State. So now they've got to look towards another source. I'm telling you guys, I know how this is going to go. I already know it. Avoid the inevitable all you want to, but that's what's getting ready to happen. Ball State on top 2026. Yeah, Ball State. Is that what we're going to hear now? Oh, Ball State would have scored a touchdown by now. Dude, where are the MTSU fans? Remember when MTSU went into Miami's home turf and put up like 40-something points on them? We need Middle Tennessee fans to come in here and tell us how to score on Miami, because Texas A&M can't seem to figure it out. Where are the MTSU boys at? Watch Michigan land John Harbaugh somehow. At this point, you might as well just go searching anywhere you can. If I'm Michigan, I'm reaching out to anybody that you think might give a damn. John Gruden. Yes! The groomers are back. Boy, that was really... You know what I'm saying by that. Anyway, Marcel Reed just thrown down with the sack. It's going to be second down. That literally could not have sounded worse than it was. That's going to get clipped. I already know it. Anyway, yeah. Marcel Reed thrown down at the ground. I think, was that Ruben Bain again? No, that wasn't Ruben Bain. Zach Stalpa with the 2 says, you think BK ever gets a job again, and where? I've been saying it. It's going to be Michigan. Watch. Michigan's going to be forced to pick him up. That's what's getting ready to happen. Stick it down at 13. Man, handoff up the middle. Run play good for about 5 yards. It's going to be third down and 8. Yeah, for context on what I just said. Well, every time a John Gruden, yeah, I said Gruden. John Gruden is, there's like rumors, circulating around him becoming a new head coach somewhere. People always call it, the groomers. Like, rumors, but it's groom. Yeah, you get the idea. I don't need to explain it. Third down and 8 coming up here. Handoff. That's a play action. Throw over the middle. Got some blockers. Ball comes out off of a fumble. A&M is able to recover it, though. And they're going to be 2 yards short regardless. Or no, they're going to rule it an incomplete pass. Okay, that would have been better off if it was a fumble. It's going to be 4th down and 8. Here we go. I can't say in words how important this one is. They burned 7 minutes of clock off of this drive. It's a 35-yard attempt straight up the middle. They need this one badly. Here we go. Randy Bond for the field goal to tie it up at 3 apiece. It is up. And he gets it. It's good. We are tied at 3 apiece with 8 minutes left to go. Legacy game right here. Legacy game. 3-all. Holy hell, man. 3-3. This is what we thought Oklahoma was going to get. This is what we thought that game was going to turn into. Borderline unwatchable football, but still watchable all the same. 8 minutes left for Miami or A&M, one of the two, to either win it here or take it to overtime. And if it goes to chaos overtime, dear Lord. I can't even imagine what will happen if it goes to overtime. My, oh my. Not gonna lie, this game is gonna be fired if it's going to overtime. Yeah, fire in the sense that we need to put it out. I can't handle an overtime game like this. It would be better if the teams were actually scoring in some capacity. But I don't even... Thing is, that could set up a scenario where it's actually the win's fault if somebody loses. Because then they'll be forced to trade field goals. One of them misses due to the win, one of them makes it. Holy hell, they're going to spend the entire offseason saying that the win is the reason they didn't win the national championship. If you don't like this, then you don't like college football. Can't argue with that. See, what I've got a feeling is getting ready to happen is, for whatever reason, these final 8 minutes, A&M and Miami are going to suddenly drop the whole conservative act, and they're just going to go super guns a-blazing the entire way through, and then they're gonna just start scoring left and right. That's what I feel like is getting ready to happen. Hey, Smokey. Smokey. Usually that works. Smokey don't want to come up. Can't blame him. Colton Matthews, appreciate the 2. Thank you very much. Says, welcome to the Sickos Bowl. The Sickos playoff game, more exactly. Who would ever thought we'd see this in the playoffs? If this happened in the NFL, oh my goodness, everybody would be having full-on outrage. Not impossible in the NFL either, granted. Yeah, that's the tough part. One of these teams, if they manage to win, whoever wins this game, they've got to run the gauntlet the rest of the way, because they've got to play Ohio State next week or the week afterwards, and then after that, they've still got to play either 2 more teams to get to the national to win the Natty. So good luck with that. Good luck with that. Have a good time. This is, yeah, you're right. This is the perfect time for the Carson Beck interception to happen. We've been waiting on it all game long. I said it was going to happen in the second half. Seems to have stood true to that because nothing has happened yet. But this is 8 minutes left to go. This is the perfect time for Carson Beck to throw his trademark interception. What if they opt out of playing Ohio State? They might. You just won't know about it. You'll know when they get on the field. The ball won't stand still. Just like what Miami did, somebody's having to stay there and hold on to the football. My goodness. That's how big the wind is. All right, here's the kick. And it sails, this one blowing to the right sideline. It's taken right next to the end zone of a fair catch. Phoenix! Been a month on this channel for 1 month. Thank you very much, good sir. He says, it's like no one wants to win because they play Ohio State. I don't think anybody wants to win regardless. That's what I think. Yeah, I think the longest game was LSU and A&M in 2018. I remember watching that one. It was a great game. This cannot be game of the century. This is too unwatchable. Besides, I'm going to be covering this anyway with the Get Out video. But I don't think there's anybody that wants to get in. That's the problem. There's a flag blown on the kickoff. And it looks to be against Miami because they're going up a couple of more yards. So now this is being kicked off from the 30. We're redoing kickoff. A&M has dominated in the total yards. They have about double of what Miami has. Phoenix with the 2. Thank you, good sir. Says, thanks for all the great content, just stopping by. Well, thank you for stopping by and showing your support. Much appreciated. Here's the kickoff. Bam. Sailing. Looks like this one's going out of the end zone too, and that's where it will go. So another touchback. Ay. All right, well, here we go. What can Carson Beck bring to the table? You got 8 minutes left. Tie ball game. This is either going to be a legacy moment for him or the worst moment in Carson Beck's career. It's going to be one of the two. Let's see what he can bring to the table. First down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Man moving in motion. Hands it off to Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher's got a lane. He breaks the tackle, going, still moving. First down and a little bit more. Gets all the way to the 42-yard line off of that one. I kind of forgot. We kind of forgot because they didn't show it all game. But Miami actually has a decent run game. Mark Fletcher himself, nearly 100 yards. We thought Malachi Toney was going to get all the action in the run game, but Fletcher is doing some serious work here. First and 10 from the 42-yard line. Man moving in motion. Here's Beck. Play action. Looking over the middle. Complete. Almost a first down. Ball comes out late. Ball comes out. Is that a fumble? Yes, it is. Oh, no. Carson Beck finally throws a complete pass, and it is fumbled. Malachi Toney. No wonder they didn't give him a chance. He just blew it for him. He just blew it for him. Oh, no. You fool. Oh my goodness. No daggum way. I mean, shout out to Dalton Brooks, because he was the one that punched the football out, but my goodness, man. A&M is going to get this ball in Miami territory. This is the chance they've been waiting for. Despite all the mistakes, despite all the aneurysms, they've got 7 minutes left in this game. This is the chance they've been waiting to get the lead. Oh, no. Okay, it's not quite in Miami territory, but they're close to it. They're around midfield. They're at the 47-yard line. Run up the middle there on first down. Nothing given on that one. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Death Rooster, thank you for the 5, says, Merry Christmas, Squid. This is the most boring game ever. Lol, the Buckeyes can beat both these teams. They can and potentially will. This is not quality football, I'll say that much. All right, here we go. 2nd down and 10. Man moving in motion. Bunch formation. Marcel Reed on a play action. Got a dump off over the middle. Complete. Good enough for about 9 yards. Trying to push the rest of the way for the first. And off of a line push, he will get there. First down, Aggies. This is getting bad. This is getting bad if you're the Canes. Ruben Owens finally getting a little bit of momentum. Here's Marcel Reed off another play action. Tries to run up the middle, and the line crumbles on him. And he's going to go down with the sack. Loss of about 1 yard on the play. And it's going to be 2nd and 11. I get it. But, that ain't going to work no more. They know Marcel Reed's trying to take off. He's going to have to throw to some capacity. Five minutes left to go in this game, or at least a little bit more than that. Here we are, man moving in motion. It's a read option. Here goes Reed running up the middle. Gets about 5 yards out of it. Good enough at least for a gain, but now you're looking at 3rd and 7? Well, at least it was a positive gain. That's all you can hope for in these situations. But you're nowhere close to field goal range, so you've got to convert at least 1 or 2 more first downs for that to happen. And even then, it's not guaranteed because of how dadgum windy it is at this stadium. Generous spot here, 3rd down and 6. 3 receivers out. Marcel Reed on a direct pass, looking, trying to run away from the pressure, and goes down. A late flag comes in. Might be on the Canes. Ruben Bain gets to him, throws him down with the sack, but they might be calling a flag on him. We'll see. Nobody in the stands knows what the call is either. What could the ref ball be doing this time, I ask? All right, here's the flag. Hands to the face. Wow. Hands to the face on Texas A&M. The penalty is declined. The sack will stand. It'll be 4th and 9. So now it's up to A&M what they want to do here. And the offense is coming back out on the field. They're going for it on 4th and 9. Well, you can't run the ball here, Marcel Reed. I think you know that all too well. 4 receivers out. A little bit of an adjustment on the line. It looks like they might be trying to just make them jump off sides. Taking their time. 7 seconds left on the play clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and whistle's blown, I think. Yep. They were just trying to get them to get blown off sides. Miami does not fall for it at all in any capacity. And they're not even going to take a timeout. They're just going to take the delay of game penalty and punt right back to them. They did rip out a crap ton of clock on the play. So now we've got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left between this moment and glory. I'm telling y'all, the Tulane Ole Miss game might start before this game's all said and over with. All right, well, here we go. Here's the punt. Good one. Sailing all the way to Malachi Tony's hands, who tries to return it from the 10. Moving to the 15, and that's where he's thrown down. Great special teams play right there by A&M. Pins Miami back about 10 yards further than they otherwise would like to be. So again, just like I said before, this is either going to be a Carson Beck legendary moment, or it is going to be an infamous Carson Beck trademark. One of the two. Squid, what do you call this? Running it in the middle again and again? If I had to guess, they're going to try and establish some sort of run game again. They're going to want to just feed it to Fletcher. I would say Tony, but Mark Fletcher has been getting all the carries in this game, so they're probably just going to try and feed him the entire time. But with how much is at stake here, you got to think they're going to give Carson Beck the football in some capacity. I don't think they're falling for it anymore. We'll see. Here he goes. Handoff to Fletcher. And Fletcher's got a lane. He's past the 30. Still running. All the way to the 40. Still on his feet to the 50. The 40 all the way to the 30. I just got through saying they weren't fooled by it. Mark Fletcher gets all the way to the 30. More than 50 yards on that one. Doomsday scenario for the Aggie defense. How did they let that happen? You knew they were going to Fletcher the whole way. Wow. I can't believe they let that one go. I can't believe they let that happen. Disastrous for the Canes. Or for the Aggies. No, this is really good for the Canes. 1st and 10 from the 30. Well in field goal range. Handoff up the middle. Maybe a yard or two. At this point, I don't think they're going to let Carson Beck throw. And if they do, it's going to be a screen or a dump off. They're not letting them take. They're not going to score. They're not going to score a touchdown. This is going to be a field goal. This is. I don't see this anything being other than a field goal. They're not going to try. They're going to play extremely conservative. That's if they can actually stop Fletcher. They're probably going to hand it off to him again here. 2nd and 8. And they do just that. Right up the middle. But he's got a lane. And he's got a first down. Another one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If they score a touchdown here. Uh-oh. This ain't looking good. This ain't looking good. And Miami is going to let this clock run down all the way to the 2-minute warning. They're going to want to end this on a walk-off field goal. If they don't score the touchdown. Wow. Dude, A&M really might lose to Tank Conference. Unbelievable. This is detrimental for the different leagues narrative. I'll tell you that much. Well, I mean, at least you're not 8-4 anymore. You've got that. If nothing else, you lived up to that. You're no longer 8-4. Not really doing you much of any favors at this point, but at least you're not 8-4 anymore, right? It doesn't really help. Doesn't really help you all that much. Wow. My Miami pick actually edged beautifully. Yeah, if the Canes hold on here, holy crap! You know what that means? That means Carson Beck has to go. Carson Beck has to go up against the dadgum Ohio State secondary. Caleb Downs might have 5 interceptions in that game. Because that Buck, I'm telling you what, as much as they've been able to get Malachi Tony or Mark Fletcher to run the football, you're not going to get the same level of luck against Ohio State. You're going to have to let Carson Beck sling the football to some capacity, and he's going to throw an interception. It's going to happen. Fletcher should have been a Buckeye. Brother, you got Bo Jackson. You'll be fine. Watch Miami somehow win that one. That would be a legacy moment, I'll tell you what. But I don't know, to me, I feel like the Canes, I don't see their offense doing enough. But we'll see. We'll see. It's why we play the games in the first place. Well, here we go. College Station. Better get loud. They better get real loud because you got 2 minutes left. If Miami scores a touchdown here, you're in a really bad spot. Because then you actually have to find a way to score yourself. Good luck with that. 2 minutes left. If I had to guess, they're just going to try and run the football with Fletcher again and leave it at that. Here's the snap. Fletcher right up the gut. Not much given there. He gets a decent push. Good enough for about 4 yards. 2nd and 6 coming up. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Looks like A&M is going to use their second timeout. They've got 1 timeout to work with. So basically, they've got this next drive, and then they've got nothing. So, wow. They've got 1 drive throughout this entire quarter. Well, how many Texas A&M drives have we actually seen in this second half? Like 3? I think they've seen the ball like 3 times throughout this entire half. Absolutely insane. It's what happens when you just spend the entire half dicking around doing nothing. To their credit, they at least kicked a field goal in the 4th quarter, but that's it. That's all they've done. Here we go. Is the U back? We find out here. 2nd down and 7. Inside the red zone. Where are they at on the field? They're about the 18-yard line. Man moving in motion. It's Fletcher again, up the middle. Good enough for 2 yards, if that. 3rd down and 5 is what we're going to be looking at. Do they just get conservative and let Fletcher run up the gut again? Or do they send Carson Beck? Again, there's no way. If Carson Beck is throwing here, it's going to be a dump off or a screen to the outside. They are absolutely in no way, no capacity letting this man throw the football or actually sling it. Not here. It's going to be 3rd down and 5 though. And another thing you have to mention is that they are lined up perfectly in the middle of the field. That's why I think there's just going to be a run up the middle. They're going to line up for the field goal straight. It's an easy field goal straight up the middle. Pretty hard to miss it. I think that's what they're getting ready to do here. And then obviously if you're A&M, you still have a chance to win it. But you've got to go the entire length of the field. So, yeah, good luck with that. So here we go. The A&M crowd isn't going to get any louder than it is on this moment. Because yeah. The season hangs on whatever happens in these next few plays. Here we go. 3rd down and 5. Clock's going down from the 11-yard line. It's a handoff to Malachi Tony on the outside. He's got blockers. He's got a lane. And he's got a touchdown. Touchdown, Canes. They finally hand it to somebody other than Mark Fletcher. Malachi Tony gets it in the moment you least expect it. They go for the kill shot and they get it. Miami has a touchdown lead with 1:44 left to go. The Aggies all out of timeouts. Wow. What a play. Turns out great things happen when you have a play other than quarterback run. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Marcel Reed and the Aggies? Colin Klein literally just send Marcel Reed up the middle and pray for the best. Yeah, that did seem to pan out all in your favor. All right, well, here we are. 1:44. Extra points good. It's a 10-3 game. Canes have a 7-point lead on the road in the college football playoffs. Aye. A&M might be cooked. A&M might be cooked. Well, whilst the rest of this game happens, while A&M sprawls out there and lets Marcel Reed run around for his life throughout the entire rest of the game, what should we do for the Get Out video? How should I go about doing the Get Out video for A&M? Now, obviously, this game isn't over. They've got more than enough time to trail down the field and get a touchdown here. But the way this has gone and the play calls that they've got, the results seem unlikely. No matter what, this game always mattered a little bit more for Miami than it did for A&M. Because this was a successful season for the Aggies no matter what happened. But considering Miami didn't win the ACC and Texas A&M didn't make the SEC championship, this mattered for both teams such a significant amount. Here's the kickoff. Sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback. So A&M's got to go 75 yards in 1:44. No timeouts in their pockets. Meanwhile, the Canes have all three at their disposal. In order for the Aggies to actually get down and score, they've got to avoid being themselves. So good luck with that. You've just disrespected a future U.S. soldier. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Aggies. 3 receivers out. Marcel Reed looking for a receiver. Throws on the outside. Got a man who's down to about the 20 or the 29-yard line. That's Smith with the catch. The clock is not on your side, though. That's one thing I know for certain. He was lucky. I think he got out of bounds there, which at least stops the clock for a minute. But you've got a minute 35 on your side. That's all you've got left. Here we go. Man moving in motion in a 4-wide set. Takes the snap. Reed throws on the outside. Dump off to Concepcion. Got it. First down, Canes. First down, Aggies. He gets out of bounds after getting to the 40. But look who's here to potentially ruin it. This could potentially squander the entire game for the Aggies right here. We got a late flag. This could be on the Canes. This could either give him 50. Wow! Okay, never mind. Roughing the passer. Ref ball comes in to give Miami an additional 15, or Texas A&M an additional 15 yards on the play. Yeah, a little helmet-to-helmet contact there. Ticky-tacky, bit of a PI call, but it is good enough to force the flag. And now suddenly, A&M has passed midfield around the 48-yard line. They've gotten a good ways there, but obviously they can't settle with the field goal. They've still got 48 yards to go. Takes the snap. Here's Marcel Reed looking. Throws over the middle. Oh, nearly intercepted, but it's caught. It is caught. Holy crap, they are lucky with that one. That very well could have been interception. Keontae Scott was right there to make the play. Oh my goodness, but Boerkicker is there to make the play. Here's Marcel Reed back to throw again. He's running out of the pocket. Here he goes, running, slides down after getting maybe 9 yards. That'll keep the clock moving. 2nd down and 1 coming up. The Aggies got some success going for him, I'll say that. Here he goes, a minute left to go. 4-wide set, play action. Reed throws on the outside, and it's incomplete. Looking for Mario Craver. Good pass deflection. It's going to be 3rd down and 1. You've got time here. If I'm Texas A&M, you've got time. I would just run to get this first and then get everybody straightened out, maybe spike the clock, because you're going to have a free set of downs. It's way better doing that. I don't know what they'll do, though. Who knows? I have no idea. 3rd down and 1. Handoff. Straight up the middle to E.J. Smith. It's a 1st down, and he gets about 5 or 6 yards out of it. Clock will continue to go down after a little bit of a break in between. Here we go. 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line is where they've gotten. Pass play over the middle. Slant route to Concepcion, who gets to the 10, the 5, and then down at the 4. Gets out of bounds around the 4-yard line. There's something about 2-minute drills that suddenly makes incompetent offenses suddenly look competent again. It's crazy how that works, huh? Crazy how that works when you do something other than Marcel Reed right up the middle and then perish. RTMC, thank you for the 2, says illegal formation for the get out vid for A&M. That's funny. 1st and goal. 1st and goal, 39 seconds are left. Marcel Reed looking, rolls out, throws, end zone shot, and it's caught out of bounds, incomplete. Looking for Mario Craver in the end zone, could not hang on. Tried his damn hardest, though, I'll say that much. This has been just terrible football overall. My goodness. But it's 2nd and goal. You got 3 attempts left from the 5. That's all you've got. Here we go. Man moving in motion. Reed looking. Throws over the middle. Oh, it is incomplete. He dropped it. Took a monstrous hit. Both of them took a monstrous hit. Holy crap. Ruben Owens tried to catch it, could not hold on. Mohamed Torre with the deflection, but he gets slammed. Helmet-to-helmet contact, I think, is what we were looking at there. Torres moving, but he's not moving a lot. He is hurt bad. He is still on the ground. Dude took a massive hit. Yeah, he took a shot directly to the helmet. To me, that looks like a concussion. Because he took a giant hit on that one. Wow, oh my goodness. I mean, Owens took a big hit there too, but the brunt of the force, yeah, that went to Muhammad, but he's thankfully Muhammad Torre, he's up and going. But he's probably out for the day. That's one of those plays where I think you're out for the rest. Well, you're out for the rest of the drive no matter what. He might come back if this game goes into chaos overtime, but that's if. So anyway, it's 3rd and goal now. Again, Miami has all 3 timeouts at their disposal. 28 seconds left. A&M's only got 2 shots left. If they don't get anything here, it's over. So what do you draw up here? 5 yards left. What in the world does Colin Klein, what has he got here? That's what I want to know. 3rd and goal from the 5. Here's the play. 28 seconds. Back to throw. Marcel Reed looks. Throws over the middle. Picked off! Intercepted! That's it. That's your ball game. Oh, what a bummer. No overtime for us. Bryce Fitzgerald had an interception earlier in the game. He comes through in the clutch once again and wins the game for Miami. The fake Cadets are going to go down on their home turf. Wow. Daggum. Bryce Fitzgerald better give that man a bigger NIL budget than whatever he's got, because he just came through in the clutch for you not once today but twice. What a play. Congratulations, Miami. Texas A&M is out. They have officially been eliminated from playoff contention. In other words, they just got fucked on the 7th floor. Oh, bummer. Cowabummer. Wah, wah, wah. Battered Aggie syndrome. It's a syndrome, all right. Wow. Well, that was some of the worst 4 hours of football I've ever seen. My goodness, that was a terrible game. That's actually crazy. Mario Cristobal in Miami just won a college football playoff game before ever winning the ACC. Unbelievable. Well, I guess I'll say this. Shout out to the Canes, man. Hey, really, no, shout out to Miami. I've given this fan base and given this team so much hell over the course of this last year, especially for the Pop-Tart Bowl bullshit. I mean, I gave this fan base so much hell. I did. I gave them all kinds of hell. But they came through in the clutch today, mostly due to their defense, which this is a hell of a defensive game overall. I mean, obviously it was unwatchable for people who like shootouts. This was absolute hell on that regard, but for the Canes, for Miami fans, this is a big day. This is probably the biggest day that you've had in a very long time. Probably, maybe somewhere since 2001. Poor Goob. What's going on, Goob? Back to 8-4 with us. Yeah, tough luck, buddy. Tough luck, man. Back to 8-4. Battered Aggie syndrome coming through in the clutch for you. I mean, this was always no matter what. It was going to be a great year for y'all. I just can't believe it ended up with Miami winning. I really can't. But hell, credit to them. They came out, fought all the way till the end. This is probably their biggest win since anything they accomplished back in 2001 or at least 2003. So this is a big day for Miami fans. Go celebrate and prepare your ass for an anal sphinctering at the hands of Ohio State come two weeks from now. But just celebrate for the time being. You go back to Coral Gables, get your celebrations in, get ready for what's to come. That's all I can tell you. Wow, what a day. What a day of football so far, huh? And it's only begun. It's only begun. Tulane and Ole Miss getting ready to kick off. And then, of course, we'll see what happens from that moment onward. And then, tonight, James Madison and Oregon battle it out. So, yeah, we got some entertainment coming for sure. Best prepare yourselves for the time being. It is going to be hell on earth for the next day in the college football world. Was Ed Reed in attendance? I don't know. Cancer Stinks, appreciate the $2 super chat, by the way. Thumbs down. Must not have liked the result. Or cancer. Which cancer does suck. I can agree with that. All right. Johnny Bones, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What's going on, Slim Shady Canes? Congratulations, buddy. Big win for y'all. This is a huge win for Miami. I guess we can say it. They're back. It's back. The U has returned. The U has returned. Finally, after years and years of being in the ACC's abyss, the U is officially back. Wow. It was either going to be them or it was going to be A&M finally winning something of worth. Good day for the Canes. This is Miami's first playoff win. It's funny they did it before winning the ACC. Crazy stuff. It was funny. Notre Dame fans were talking all this shit about Marcel Reed. Whatever he didn't do right on that drive at the end there, he did against Notre Dame and won that game. Okay, I'll lay off the Irish. I'll lay off the Irish. They earned it. It's our time to laugh at Texas A&M for coming up short. But yeah, wow, what a game. What a performance overall. I did not. One thing I didn't expect was because Texas A&M is kind of the same situation as Oklahoma had. They ran away with the stat numbers. This is why you can't check the box score, because you look at the box score and you're like, how in the absolute hell did A&M blow this game? That doesn't tell the story. Does not tell anything of it. Texas A&M shot themselves in the foot so many times in this brawl. It's no wonder that they came up short. I mean, they shot themselves in the foot so many daggum times. And when you do something like that, you're bound to make mistakes. Well, yeah, I mean, you made mistakes. The big mistake was letting you into the daggum playoffs. You literally played the most Minnie Mouse ass schedule, and the two games that actually meant something to you, you blew it. You blew it. The two games that actually had some meaningful worth, and you blew it. Pissed yourself against Texas in sort of the same way you did here. You can't live off a play style of Marcel Reed or Parrish. It don't work. I don't know when you're going to figure that out, but obviously you figured it out here. God, that was awful. That was terrible Texas A&M offense right there. The entire game plan was just pray Texas A&M, pray Miami finds out. Pray Miami never finds out about Marcel Reed running the football. He's a great running back, though. Marcel Reed is a pretty dadgum good running back, but that's all he's got. Wow. I mean, this is just crazy. Tulane might be cooked. What, are they already getting blown out? Game didn't even start yet, I don't think, right? Are they already getting are they already getting belt ass? The game ain't even started yet. They've already lost. What a day, though. I mean, for Mark Fletcher, this has been a hell of a day for him. I don't know if they're gonna do the same type of game plan. They might try to do that with Malachi Toney when they play Ohio State. But what I do know is that was a hell of a day for him. I never thought I'd be watching the college football playoffs on True TV, but here we are. Yeah, they already scored. Wow. Okay, great. It's already over, guys. Don't waste your time. Just get ready for Oregon, James Madison. This game's already over. 7-0 already, and the game just started. It's unbelievable. Yo, did I get shadow banned? No, I can see you in the chat, so obviously not. Marcel Reed had 27 yards rushing. And how many attempts? He had 15 carries for 27 yards. Ay. Had a good day passing, especially on that final drive. 237 yards, although he had no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Carson Beck, 14-20, 103 yards, did just enough for the Canes to get the dub. He had the touchdown, too. Mark Fletcher, what a dadgum day by Mark Fletcher. He was the story here. 172 yards rushing. What a day for him. They hardly threw the football in any capacity, but Malachi Toney was obviously the one who came through in the clutch with that touchdown. That was the one that solidified the dub. Here goes Retzloff. Tulane taking off to the 40, still running all the way to midfield. Maybe Tulane can score. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they learned a thing or two on their last beatdown they took from this team. Vibrant Technician, thank you for the 2, says Brawl of the Wild on ABC soon will be really good. How about that? How about that? What's gonna get more views tonight, y'all think? NFL or college? Still wild to me that we get to watch Retzlaff in the playoff despite him having sex. Well, him having sex is the reason why he's in the playoffs. I still think Julien is going to win because Colonel Reb is crying. Colonel Reb is crying. Football. Any thoughts on Texas A&M losing a tank conference? Oh, I've got plenty. A lot of them I'll probably just say in the Get Out video, because I'm still going to do the Get Out video for A&M. I'm not doing a game of the century, by the way. It's not going to happen. Sorry. That ain't happening for that pile of AIDS. 2nd and 7, no gain on that run. 3rd down and 7 coming up. You know what to say, Squid. This was a clown parade. Well, I can just do this. Miami of Ohio is the only true Miami. Oh, we're already starting hate week. We've got 2 weeks to hate on him. You guys don't play until New Year's Day. You get to go through all the Christmas and holiday stuff and New Year's before you actually get your chance with them. We get a big break in between then. Painful loss, man. We don't go down in a shootout. Oh, no doubt. Problem was that there was no way this was ever going to turn into a shootout. Miami's defense is too good for that. The only way you're going to win is for you becoming not yourself. And that didn't happen. Marcel Reed, it's just, yeah, it's bad. Well, at least Colin Klein is gone. Yeah, Kansas State, they're really going to be looking forward to that. Have fun. Somebody in the crowd got arrested for throwing eggs at this game, by the way. I'm going to use some of these for the video. I love that account. Shout out to Texas A&M police giving us all the news about people getting ejected from the game. Still can't believe Tank Conference just won a big game. What a day, huh? What a day. The Lane Kiffin prophecy is true. They are just in different leagues. Yeah, no, really. They deadass got, yeah. No, the whole game plan for A&M was to just let Marcel Reed make magic out of his legs, and that never happened. I don't know how Mike Elko spent 60 minutes, more than 4 hours, or almost 4 hours, watching that drive after drive after drive, and then refusing to make a change. I know he doesn't trust Marcel Reed. That was obvious after the interception. Never let him throw. It was always a designed run or anything like that. The only time he actually let him throw was when they literally had to. That's the only time he actually legitimately let him pass. That was it. Ryan Day can't afford to lose 2 games in one season. Oh yeah, no, they'll fire Ralph for that. Just commenting here to say Texas A&M, get out. Yep, let me play it for you. The whole egg thing just reminds me of how sad it is that we won't get our first tortilla throw in the first CFP. Well, we weren't going to get that anyway, as it wasn't a Texas Tech home game. But yeah, no, that sucks. Why is Tulane driving down the field right now? Well, Ole Miss's strong suit has never been their defense. That's been obvious. I can't believe all the hypothetical wins everyone was giving A&M all season didn't come to fruition. Truly shocked. Well, it was also the fact they spent the entire season playing the bottom half of the SEC. The moment they actually played somebody well above the mid-tier, the top half of the conference, you saw what happened. They got wiped off the field. Oh, and there goes that. Retzlaff throws an interception deep in their own territory. Had a chance to do something there, but Ole Miss gets the interception. There's a flag that comes in late, but I think it's going to be on Tulane. Boy, well, so much for that, huh? My U1 My U1 baby, Merry Christmas and power to Tardaria! Daggum right. A&M had all the talent and spends about as much as the horns on their roster, well underutilized for seasons. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. But yeah, no, A&M had a clear path to the playoffs no matter what. I mean, there were people saying before the season began that A&M had a clear shot to the playoffs because of how easy the schedule is and how everything lines up for them. And even then, they struggled. They struggled through some of their games. We all saw the South Carolina game for one. Literally should have lost it. But South Carolina sucks, and they're a worthless program, so of course A&M found a way to come back and win it from 27 down. But they needed the largest comeback in program history just to go and lose to Texas, lose their chance of making the SEC championship, and then on top of that, lose the one chance you had to go somewhere in the playoffs. SMH shaking my head. You just disrespected a future U.S. soldier. Squid, in all honesty, what do you think? What do my Aggies have to swap to improve? Well, for one thing, and this was mentioned just a minute ago, Colin Klein is no longer a factor. That was some of the worst offensive management I've ever seen. Here's the thing. Hold on. I gotta stretch. But here's the thing. Whenever they're not coaching to a hole, Colin Klein calls a good game because whenever he's able to actually use Marcel Reed to run the football, everything goes well for him. However, when that's no longer a factor, holy hell, it is bad. Because there's got to be something better than just run up the middle and pray. There's got to be something better than that, and there just wasn't. It's terrible. Yeah, the male cheerleaders. Midnight yell. The Aggies may have come up short, but at least they're not as short as our Packers. That's what's going on over there, so. Yeah. You're watching the D3 game on now? I don't even know if that's... well, I can't watch it. No, sorry. The existence of Notre Dame should not be allowed to have rights after today. Good Lord. Aggies need comprehensive play calling. Well, the problem's gone for the most part. They needed a new coordinator. Seems to have got one. Any raids on Twitch today? I doubt it. I'll check how many people are in here, but I doubt it. Do 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 do. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, the Twitch chat is never really all that active. I appreciate the people that are in there, but as it stands right now, there really isn't all that much going on. There will be more this upcoming weekend that I'll be less busy with how things have been panning out. But yeah. Well, the injury bug was not the problem. I don't think that was the issue for A&M this time. They just couldn't get the run game established. The whole run game was Marcel Reed anyway. He had more rushing yards than anybody over on the or Le'Veon Moss, Reuben Owens. He had more rushing yards than both of those guys. So it wasn't about that. It was about trying to establish a run game off of the dual threat, and it never panned out in their way. Speaking of never panning out in their way, Ole Miss is running away with this thing already. This thing's turning into a massacre. I just know that they're gonna look like gods in this game, and then the moment they match up against Georgia, they're gonna forget how to play football. That's what's getting ready to happen because the football gods want me to suffer. Yeah, I know Le'Veon Moss did get injured. I'm not saying that it wasn't a factor at all. It did play some part in it, but he was in this game. For what I know, he was healthy. So it wasn't that. It was trying to establish an offensive game plan that didn't work and never having any sort of adjustment to capitalize. And there you go. Trinidad Chambliss runs himself into the end zone. 2-score lead. Not even halfway through the first quarter. This thing's going to be a massacre from the looks of it. basically just a free path to the second round from the looks of it. I might for the Texas A&M Get Out video. I might open up with the toilet bowl intro. I might. Okay. Well, it's 4 o'clock. I better skedaddle. I've got to go ahead and take some time off. Get started on this video. I will be back. Not like that. I'm not going to bed as much as I want to. That game put me to sleep. That was exhausting. But anyway, yeah. No, I'll be back on tonight for members only. The Oregon versus James Madison game. I'll be live for it. So I'll be starting at 7 o'clock. You guys already know I'm going to be out for that one. You already know I'm going to be ready for it. And hopefully it's a lot more entertaining than whatever the hell is going on in this screen here. So, yeah. Low scoring defensive game or blowout. Pick your poison. I don't know. One of the two, I guess. Guys, I appreciate all of y'all for being on here tonight. You guys are phenomenal people. Again, I want to apologize for what happened midway through the stream. I have no idea what that was, because suddenly midway through the stream it just crashed. And it wasn't my internet, because I went through and everybody else's internet was working fine. Even I was able to load tabs on here without a hitch. So it wasn't the internet. OBS just had a straight up aneurysm. I don't know why, but it did. I can't figure it out for the life of me. Juanji Jimenez, appreciate becoming a new member of Tardaria. Looking forward to seeing all you guys over there tonight. Looking forward to it. But yeah, again, sorry for the interruption on that regard. Hopefully it doesn't happen ever again. Who knows? I don't know why it happened. But I'm gonna be making some adjustments to a lot of things, including OBS soon anyway, so maybe that'll fix it. But yeah, that's all I got. See you guys later on tonight. Until then, power to Tardaria, and Texas A&M dadgum sucks at football, huh? Whatever their song is, I don't really know. Maybe something like that. Here, I'll play this for you on the way out, and then we'll call it even, right? This is worthy for A&M. See you guys tonight over on the members only stream. Appreciate all of y'all, love y'all, and of course, power to Tardaria. Wait a minute, I just realized something. Hold on. I don't care if it's the uncensored version. Somebody in the chat just gave me the grand idea. I just realized something.
This thing on? Good. Hi, this is Marvelous. This song, what did I say? This song in its entirety is not meant to disrespect any women in its entirety. Well, you know what I mean. All right, bring the track.
You disrespect Texas A&M, that's for sure. You disrespect Texas A&M. All right, guys. Y'all take care. Love y'all. Check with y'all later. And, of course, as always, power to Tardaria.
Only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. If that bitch only knew that she was getting muddied by the whole crew. What would she do? What would she do?
See you guys later.
What you do?
Hold my nuts.
How you do it?
With your hands in the smile.
True.
Player, if you only knew that your hoe was getting dug up by the whole 7th floor crew, tell me what would you do? Would you cry like you a bitch, or would you try to hate on me? Don't matter to me, cheap, that's why your ass stay lonely. I stay rubbing, stay squeezing that ass for days. Don't fry your ass at me, play, that's how Marvelous get paid. I keep getting laid, no matter the time of the day, no matter about where she stay. Keep breaking her off and shaking that dick up in yours, eh? As you don't wanna test these pimp ass niggas unless you want your wig split, cause I keep my dick stiff. Step it around the 7th floor, I keep my eyes peeled for these here hoes.
If your hoe only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. What's your name?
T good.
What you do?
I'm a plumber.
How you do it?
I let it pipe for that ass to make a dance. If your hoe the one getting fucked on the 7th floor, then you would know, cause the bitch don't want you no more. She told you she met a guy who was nice and candid. I think they call him T Good or the Big Dick Bandit. Say he had a big dick, but I thought it was random. Then he pulled out the fucking Magnum Trojan condom. Then he said, baby, that's not how it began. Then he brought in all of his 7th floor friends. She found out it was more than Miami, just a football team. It's also the 7th floor King Dingaling. She thought 5'2" was just my number, then she realized
win, you gotta not
multiply
lose.
the bitch up, dog, you get my dick size. First I put it in the pussy, then in the butt. That's all, folks, dog. The condom is filled up. Just busted.
If your hoe only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. Yeah. If that bitch.
Okay, I gotta stop. They're gonna demonetize me for this one. See y'all later.